Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the conference.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Ludmila.
Good morning. Nice to see you, really.
It's nice to see you as well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. We go on working despite all the circumstances. We go on working, we go on doing our mission. Thank you.
Okay, so how are the conditions there, doctor?
So the conditions are really hard because as far as you know, the great part of our country is nowadays on the war and the bombing and everything. However, some central parts are more or less stable. We are having our alarms, but there is an opportunity to go on working, to go and doing our activities in remote way, and there is. I think I will have an opportunity a bit later to say lots of thank you to all of the countries who are supporting Ukraine, and I think I will have an opportunity to say something to everybody. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so doctor, it's very sad to hear about all that, and we still hope that you and your family is safe and fine.
Yeah. I would say that more or less we are safe and fine, but there are lots of troubles. I have to say, lots of troubles and family troubles. And one of my sons-in-law nowadays are in really hot point of the country where he is defending. He joined our army, and he is doing his civil that and civil mission also. Yeah. And so we are really worrying for him, but we go on working. We contribute to the army, to our economy, and I think that all of us together can do perfectly well, and we will be definitely.
Okay.
We have to hope, and I'm sure that only collaborative efforts of people from all over the world will help us to save peace, to save peace and to establish peace all over the world. Yeah. And from the bottom of my heart, I would say great thanks to all of the countries who supported our country and who go on supporting our country. I know that nowadays there are lots of programs for our Ukrainian people from research areas, from education. There are lots of programs of different universities who give our scientists go on their research and go on doing their mission. So really thank you for all of the universities and all of the organizations who do it. It's really great, and we feel this support being here in Ukraine, and our compatriots who are nowadays abroad, they feel the support of people from all over the world, and that is really great, and we are really helpful for this one.
Okay. Thank you so much, doctor. It's an honor that you are here, just at our last minute notice that we requested you to attend our conference.
Yeah, thank you. My principle is not to stop. We can't postpone our life. Our life is incredibly difficult, but in any situation, we have to find out our own position, our own mission, and go on doing everything that you personally can do in this situation. It might be pandemic, it might be war conflict, but if you are alive and you can work, you have to go on, you have to contribute everything that you contribute the best into your activity, and help others if you can.
Yes. So, doctor, personally, when I was reading your mails also, and I was knowing that you were still carrying on your duties. It was just like that. I was very eager to have a conversation with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Patama,
Hey,
welcome to
good
the
morning.
conference. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay. So far, so good. Thank you. How about you?
I'm fine too. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you very much for having me as well.
Beta, Professor Beta.
Hello, my name is Beata Mirecka-Jakubowska. Let me
Okay.
turn on my camera.
Okay.
I'm logging in from Bali. Apologies for the delay, but I had some issues.
No problem, Doctor. No problem. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you.
Parichat, welcome to the conference.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome to the conference.
Hello from Thailand. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Kanjana, welcome to the conference.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. A little bit nervous because this is my first international conference, and yeah, so trying my
Okay.
best.
Okay, but I would just suggest you to be at ease. Dr. Nopadol, welcome to the conference.
My content in link, my link on chat. I send your link on chat. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, just a query, like as per the email conversations, we are supposed to receive 3 video link, right? Dr. Nopadol?
Okay, please.
Sir, am I audible to you?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm sick when I come back from Hungary. COVID-19.
Sir, there is some confusion, I guess. We were to receive 3 video presentations.
It's okay. Its signal is not okay.
Signal, sir, are you having some problems? while
No.
connecting?
Oh.
Okay.
I don't know you cancel conference at Hungary.
Okay.
Because I'm booking everything. I will go Hungary.
Okay. Sir, I was just asking about your colleagues as well, who were to suppose, who were attending this conference, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, sir, will they be attending?
I'm sorry. Signal is not okay, not clear. I can listen to you speaking.
Okay, no issues, sir.
Okay. Today I sent my link on YouTube, my presentation on chat. You see it. Look at. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have received it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll start with the introduction. So I'll request Dr. Ludmila, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Nice to meet all the participants of our gathering of our international conference. I'm a professor from Simon Kuznets Kharkiv National University of Economics, where I'm working as a full professor of Information Systems Department, and I have PhD and second postdoctoral degree in pedagogical science. At my university, we are training the potential specialists of different branches of national economy, and I'm personally working with the students who are going to be IT specialists in different other branches. I have to say that I'm doing my pedagogical scientific research on different areas connected with maybe contribution of IT technologies in education exactly, and curriculum design based on the knowledge integration with application of artificial intelligence methods and many other branches. And I'm also having really interesting experience of teaching computer science in English for students from all over the world, international students, and also our Ukrainian students who chose to learn and study at university in English. So I have quite wide sphere of my activities, and I'm really happy to join our conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Patama, please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Patama Satapedin. I'm currently the director of the Master of Communication Arts programs in the Digital Marketing Communications. I'm actually from Bangkok University, Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you once again for having me and including me as a keynote speaker for this conference, and very nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Janet, welcome to the conference.
Hi, thank you for welcoming me. Are we doing introductions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Janine Rose. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Toronto in, University of Toronto, Mississauga campus. So I'm not actually in Toronto, but actually in Mississauga, Ontario. I teach writing at the University of Toronto, Mississauga, first year composition, and through the Institute for the Study of University Pedagogy. So we do a lot of research related to the scholarship of teaching, but we are also concerned about writing amongst first year students.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the conference. Dr. Beata, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Beata Mirecka-Jakubowska. I come from Poland, but I have lived most of my life in Indonesia. I am now based in Bali. I worked for 36 years as an English teacher and IB, English B teacher at Jakarta International School in Jakarta. In the last 2 years, I have been doing a lot of different activities in education, conducting different projects. One of the projects was between Norway schools, and another one
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Sorry, we are facing some technical glitches. Just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute. Sorry, everyone. We are facing some issues.
Technical issues happen all the time.
Sorry, everyone. Yes, ma'am. Please continue your introduction.
So as I was saying, I am now conducting another educational project with Polish schools and Icelandic schools on hybrid and connecting learning through internet for high schools. I was a high school teacher, so I am now working with high schools in Poland and in Iceland, and was working with Norway schools. And I'm also working on courses for critical thinking and digital literacy, preparing Indonesian students who are joining US universities for master's and doctorate programs. So that's what I am doing right now through my consultancy company. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, ma'am. I will request each of you to please rename your Zoom account in English. This will help us to record your presence. Dr. Parichat, please introduce yourself. Ma'am, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
To use the microphone. Hello. Okay, hello again. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Parichat Nan from Thailand. Right now, I work for Khon University Nong Khai campus at the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I am teaching English. Right now, I'm conducting a research on the topic of language learning strategy and reading strategies. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Tonsai, welcome to the conference.
Hello. Hello, my name is Tonsai Kyaosawang. I am come from Thailand, Rajapat Muban Jombung University. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, just a question, like, will you be presenting live or you'll be sending us your video presentation?
Sorry, my mistake. I didn't read the email that suggests that that tell me make video, and now I don't have a video, so sorry.
Okay, so sir, will you be presenting live?
Yes. Can I present this time? Now.
No, sir. When your turn will come, you can present your presentation live by screen sharing if you have any presentation with you, or you can just explain your topic.
Pardon?
I'm saying that when we'll be like your turn will come, you can just present your topic. If you have any presentation, you can show it, or you can explain your topic.
Okay. Now I can explain my topic without video presentation.
Okay, so sir, will you be presenting your video, or you will be sending us?
Pardon? Sorry. Pardon.
I'm saying that will you be sending us that video, or you will be playing by yourself?
Present by myself.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Shaurit, welcome to the conference. Mr. Shaurit Fantong, welcome to the conference.
Hello, my name is Mr. Chawit Phantong. I'm Faculty of Education, Muban Jombung Rajapat University, Thailand.
Okay. Welcome to the conference, sir. So same question with you. Will you be presenting live, or you will be sending us your video presentation?
I present with same Mr. Tonsai.
Okay, so you will be presenting live.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll move ahead with the conference now.
Progress.
Welcome to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. Today we have presentations and participants from 5 countries around the world: Ukraine, Indonesia, Thailand, Canada, and India. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. Please allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research to you in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of a full fee registration waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book review. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing: Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portigo, Road, OAI, PMS Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scoopers too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part of the discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce about our latest project, which is Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. We have also launched a free of cost program for members of teaching and education, a summit for all researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists. We have successfully conducted 3 international summits, and the 4th international summit will be on 16 August. You all are cordially invited to the same. we'll move ahead with the conference. I am Sakshi Tolambia, your today's conference host. SERA President, Dr. Lynn Selly, Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies, LaSalle University from Newton, MA, USA. Let's hear a few words from her.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lynn Shelley, and I'm the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University in Newton, Massachusetts, United States of America. I'm proud to be coming to you and bringing you this video on behalf of Eurasia Research and TERA, Teaching and Education Research Association. I have been a privileged member of this association for many years. As a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, as a peer reviewer, as the president of the advisory board. I'm here to welcome you and encourage you to participate in this wonderful organization. Membership has its privileges for this organization. You meet wonderful, diverse people from all over the world that bring new and creative, innovative, and entrepreneurial perspectives in teaching and educational research. TERA is a wonderful place to be. As a participant, I encourage you to join and become a member. I also encourage you to submit proposals to do breakout sessions. They are the most valuable and rewarding professional experience you could ever have. As importantly, Eurasia TERA does organize their conferences, both virtual and in person, in such a way where you get to know people personally, know their work, know their research, and get to know them as people, which is most important in our business, relationships. It has expanded my horizons, expanded my professional growth and development, and I continue to look forward to being part of this wonderful organization. Part of attending a conference in person, whether you're a participant or you're an observer, you get to interface and interact on social levels as well as academic levels with everyone involved. We stay in touch after conferences. We share research. We help one another become better at what we do, become better in our educational professions, become better in our research. Again, membership has its privileges. The networking is amazing. Expanding your skill set is amazing. It keeps you in the growth mindset, which we always should be in as educators. And every conference, as I said, has a variety of perspectives that it brings for every person in attendance, no matter what role you have. You will find many pearls of wisdom that you can bring back to your own work and apply immediately. So I encourage you to get in touch with me if you wish at Lynn, LYNNECELLI @gmail.com with any questions. And I also encourage you to visit the website so that you may be able to see exactly not only the professional growth we have, but such fun we have with the relationship building. I look forward to seeing you at another conference and a new conference, and hopefully meeting you personally and professionally.
Thank you, Dr. Lynn. We would like to share some of our past participants' experience with you. We have our eminent speaker, Dr. Hilda Habakan Isush from Lajarka St. Junction, Mayondon, Los Benos, Laguna, Philippines. Let's hear a few words from her.
My name is Dr. Hilda Habakon Asioche. I am a single mom, a mother of 3 adorable kids, and I'm teaching for more than 13 years now. My inspiration is, of course, from our God Almighty, because all of us are experiencing a lot of things, and it's just vary from one person to another. But furthermore, other than that, we are all experiencing tough times, especially this past few years because of the pandemic. So actually, the motivation for me is the problem we are facing. Because I feel motivated because I'm struggling on how to teach my children, my students, because we cannot meet them. They are also struggling with the internet connection, and most of my students doesn't have parents to support them or to guide them while they are studying, because most of the parents are working and some even lose their jobs. So some of the children need to work also to help the family surpass this situation. So what we did is we actually think of ways on how to reach them. I think attending online conferences is better than the physical one, because the participants may attend even though they are far from each other, and it's less expensive. I mean, it saves money, it saves time and effort, and at the same time, we have the chance to get to know more researcher and those who are starting. And it's a great privilege for us to a newbie, a new researcher like me, because if this is not online, I don't think I can join because of course, the financial aspect should be considered as well. And joining here is the best experience I had during my studies, and it is actually something very, what do you call that, eminent experience, because I get to learn about other researches and how others conduct their research, and I also learn from other participants as well. Conference. Actually, I am already encouraging most of my friends. Whenever they are asking me about conferences, I always suggest Eurasia.
Thank you so much.
I always tell them that they are very supportive. They are actually going to help you from start to finish, and they will not stop until you've published your work, until it's polished. Because of course, as a researcher, when you are doing it, the flow of idea, you should you should write it all down before you consider other aspects. Because in writing, if you consider grammar while you are writing, you might be distracted. You might lose that idea you have in mind. So Eurasia helped me with that. They also helped me polishing my work, and they assisted me all the way until I finished. And during the presentation, they were very accommodating, and all the people here are really friendly. You won't feel you are outcast or you don't belong. You will always feel that you're one of them, even though you're new here or you don't have any experience. Because I joined here I don't have any experience joining conference. I haven't experienced presenting my work. So it was my first time, but I didn't feel I'm a nobody. They made me feel like I'm someone really eminent, despite the fact that I haven't started speaking. So it's really a good experience, and I really I really don't know what else to say to thank them, because they actually helped me to become a good speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Hilda. We have another eminent speaker, Dr. Mario Pace, PhD, Senior Lecturer, Italian Department of Humanities and Languages and Education, All Humanities Building, Faculty of Education, University of Malta, from Malta. Let's hear a few words from her.
I am Dr. Mario Pace from I lecture at I'm a resident senior lecturer within the Department of Languages and Humanities of the Faculty of Education of the University of Malta. I think we all agree that the COVID-19 pandemic offered a great challenge to everybody, including researchers and people involved in education like myself. We had a choice practically. We either sit back and wait for the pandemic to pass, or else we had to find alternatives and we had to move on. One of the biggest advantages of online conferences is that irrespective of your workload, irrespective of your family commitments, irrespective of your work commitments, it is much easier to participate because you just go to your office, turn on your computer, and there you are in the outside world. So yes, I definitely, at least until the pandemic is over, and hopefully will revert, although I believe that after the end of the pandemic, we will move on towards a hybrid system of conferences where we will have in-person and online going on together. What I liked most about the conference is that it was quite a closely knit conference, in the sense that there were not hundreds of participants, and it was therefore very focused. It was a very focused conference where the participants had enough time to share their research with the others, because sometimes in very big conferences, you're allotted 10 to 15 minutes and it's a race against time. Whereas in this conference, the participants had ample time to show their results, show their research, speak about their research, and then there was even enough time to discuss and share even insights, feelings, and what one wanted to discuss with the other participants. So that, I think, is a big plus in this conference, being able to share without any rush your research, your results, and discuss with people who are interested in your subject, because it was a very focused conference, with all those present. Bye, thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Dr. Mario. We'll move ahead with the conference. Today's conference schedule, session 1, we have keynote talk. Session 2, we have team activity and photo session. Session 3, we have technical talk. I would request you all to rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their mail ID. Moving ahead with the publication process, the publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. I would welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Lyudmila Gryzin, PhD and postdoctoral degree in pedagogical science, full professor of Simon Kuznets Kharkiv National University of Economics from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Her topic of research is interactive methods of blended learning implementation, experience of potential IT specialist training. Dr. Lyudmila Gryzin is a full professor of the Information Systems Department at the National University of Economics, preparing IT specialists for various branches of the economy. Dr. earned an MA in Applied Mathematics from the State University of Kharkiv, PhD and postdoctoral degree in Pedagogical Science from the National Pedagogical University of Kharkiv. Her sphere of research is focused on the synchronized curriculum and holistic educational content design in higher education, artificial intelligence application to pedagogical problem solution, Petri networks apparatus as a tool for modeling in education, IT tools for inquiry-based and holistic learning, etc. Dr. Gryzin's recent successful contributions include participation in a regional research group, artificial intelligence and its application to pedagogical diagnostic systems, work as an international expert of the Open European Asian Research Analytics Championship under the program of the International Academy of Sciences and Higher Education, participation in the European Education Fair for STEM teachers, Science on the Stage. Work as a member since September 2021 as the president of the International Organization Scientific and Technical Research Association STRA, presenting the results of our research as a keynote speaker at the number of Eurasia Research International conferences. Professor Gryzin is a member of the editorial team of the journal Education Technology Quarterly from Ukraine and a reviewer of the Universal Journal of Education Research. Let's have a look at her video presentation.
The feedback from the students on each motivation dimension, like attention, addressing learners' needs, positive attitude, and satisfaction. The survey measures learners' motivation level by applying everybody. I'm really happy to greet all the participants of International Conference on Science and Technology Research. My name is Lyudmila Gryzin. I'm a full professor of Information Systems Department. I'm happy to represent here Simon Kuznets Kharkiv National University of Economics from Kharkiv City, Ukraine. The topic of my keynote presentation today is interactive methods for blended learning implementation. Exactly experience of potential IT specialist training. So within my presentation, I'd like to cover urgency of the research, theoretical framework, experience of blended learning activities, enhancing voice interactive methods, and also results and discussion in terms of the students' learning motivation. As for the blended learning concept, nowadays it is widely used and widely discussed by researchers and practitioners. And according to studies, the concept of blended learning is understood as a combination of in-person education and online opportunities when materials are presented and worked out online, but with the typical classroom spirit. Despite the great advantages of blended learning, there are also distinguished core challenges of successful implementation of blended learning into the real life. daily life of education. And according to my own personal experience, the core challenges of blended learning are connected or are focused on adding classroom spirit into online classes, involving students into active forms of work, and finally raising students' learning motivation. Because under pandemic times and during the war conflict, according to my own observation, the students got really demotivated and depressed, and it's really important nowadays to retain their attention, to raise their motivation to attend classes and to be involved into the activity, and finally to go on studying, to continue working in order to obtain final results and the goals of their life and education. In this context, a great deal of interactive methods implementation seems to be important and seems to be beneficial. The theoretical framework of the work is made by main characteristics of blended learning and its typical tutoring techniques, basic didactic approaches to the mastering of different curriculum disciplines by potentiality specialists, and fundamentals of motivation theory. Among common blended learning models, we can distinguish online driver, flex model, rotation model, and some others. For current situation in our national universities and at my university itself, blended model is delivered in the form of the distant learning in the Moodle-like platform with Zoom online classes according to a common schedule. At the same time, typical blended learning activities are implemented, such as flipped learning, gamification, digital storytelling, and etc. However, these typical blended learning techniques are not sufficient and do not work well in order to at least retain students' motivation to learning. So they must be enhanced with some interactive techniques. Among them, we can call lectures of selected kinds, game method, debate methods, group solution methods, and some others. As for types of interactivity, so we can distinguish basic three types of it, so-called student learning object or content type of interactivity, student-teacher type, students-teacher type that expects involving the students into the interaction among themselves and individual student with other students in the group, in the presence of the teacher or without him in real time. It's clear that the third type of interactivity is the most productive one, and actually we try to focus exactly on realization of this type of interactivity. Now I'd like to cover some selected examples of blended learning enrichment with interactive methods in the process of IT specialist training with the mastering of different educational courses and subjects. For example, flipped learning activity was enriched with interactive techniques in such a way. For example, within the course on UX UI design fundamentals, a flipped learning lecture on the topic of psychological mechanisms of data perception was arranged in the form of online mini conference. They were assigned in advance different tasks to the pairs of students to learn the theoretical material on the features of different data perception, to find out proper examples which illustrate peculiarities of human vision, to elaborate presentation, to take part in the mini conference, both as presenters or experts in this sphere and listeners as well. One of the tasks of a pair of students presenters was to learn psychological background of human perception of exactly textual information. And during online mini conference, It was iteration, presenters, listeners. The presenters or experts, they shared their findings and explained that the efficiency of reading depends in linear way on the amount of characters visible by eyes. They covered the reasons of this fact based on the psychological background and attracted the listener's attention to the paradox of this cognitive and psychological phenomena, because despite their non-smooth nature, our eyes jumps improve our reading abilities. Then during the conference, listeners were encouraged by the presenters and by the teacher to discuss the connection of these findings with the problems of efficient interface design. They were attracted to speculation and making conclusions on the efficiency of perception of isolated words and words connected into the long phrase, the difference between task-driven and content-driven user interface, the typographic decision-making and the interface design, etc. Finally, presenters supported the prepared discussion with the visual examples of the both types of user interface, illustrating fruitful and non-fruitful using of these psychological peculiarities. Next blended learning technique was a gamification technique, which was enriched with the team role game activities. The gamification technique will be mostly used within the Classcraft platform, which is quite popular and can be applied for mastering different kinds of subjects. In the terms of role game activities, each student should choose a character, a role of a wizard, healer, etc., with proper skills and cooperatively learn a topic while doing quests. The student applied their skills regarding their role, tried to contribute the best into their team success, doing quest tasks and obtaining different bonuses, which gave the participants various additional opportunities. Finally, they helped their team to achieve common learning result in the most efficient way. In similar way, it was organized also test solving in groups, which also determined students to contribute the best in the common success and raise their confidence, and on the other hand, raise their responsibility. Group work upon real tasks in Figma environment was also extension of a gamification strategy. In the progress of learning, for example, how to create a dynamic prototype of the site with the landing pages, the students were assigned special tasks. Imagine that you are a marketing director of a coffee company, which is a new player in the coffee trade market. The company wants to create a site to talk about coffee, about the company, services, offers, and etc. The students were divided into the groups, analytics, developers, testers, according to the roles which are typically fulfilled by designers at the different stages of their prototype development. The teacher encouraged interaction within groups and between groups via debates based on Socratic methods of discussion. For example, debates in analytics group were organized in a similar way. So they were presented, the students were encouraged into the discussion of the questions like this one. Who are potential users of your site? What tasks do the users expect to solve via the site? Which benefits from the user's standpoint can the site interface provide, etc. How can this collected information about users and their potential behavior help the group of developers? Is it essential also for testers group, etc.? So these kind of debates helped promoted understanding of their role in the whole iterative progress of the prototype design, allocation the roles within the group with understanding by each member their own duties, minding responsibilities and scope of necessary interaction with the members of other groups. I'd like to admit that this kind of activity is beneficial to arrange using, for example, Jamboard or other similar digital instrument. In similar way, the debates were arranged in the groups of developers and testers. In the context of gamification strategies implementation, it's also beneficial to involve students in the collaborative development of a gamified product. And in our case, it was involvement students into the group development of computer simulator of the tournaments between the different game algorithms, which realized the winning strategies within the courses of algorithmization and programming. This experience also showed and demonstrated the great benefit of such kind of activity upon gamified product. And it is in detail explained and demonstrated in our work. The link you can see at the bottom of the screen. Digital storytelling strategy was enriched with the group activities, and we can show it on the example of the group task, the creation of a comic-based digital story with the didactic purpose to investigate the influence of color palette on the emotional state of a user and the implementation of its impact in the UI development. So on the preparation stage, we enriched this work with the group activities, and it was the discussion of group solution findings. What is the aim of the telling of your story? Who is the target audience? How can you sequence the story with the beginning, middle part, and final plot of the story? Which tools could be used to create your digital comic-based story? All of these positions are relevant to discuss in order to find out best group solutions. After the creation in group of these comic-based digital stories, the groups demonstrated their comics and told their digital stories during online practical classes. Other students were involved into the critical watching of the peers' work, and ready-made digital stories were used as cases that enabled to involve all of the students into productive case studies. The said digital stories can be also successfully used as didactic aids for further generation of students, and for our students it was also a great motive to work productively and raise their responsibility for their work. So the results of our observations, which we provided according to some monitoring program, they showed that applied interactive methods enabled the students to feel the classroom atmosphere during online classes, promoted their cognitive eagerness, contributed a lot into development of efficient learning communication, which helped overcome disconnection between them, raised overall academic achievements. But with the aim of analyzing the results of our work in terms of the students' learning motivation, it was provided special survey. And I'd like to say that we analyzed the motivation in terms of psychological and educational dimensions. And according to motivation theory, motivation to learn is understood as the personal efforts which encourage trainees to learning activities, ensure their continuity, concentrated training on the activities with the aim at achievement of their desired goals. And the most influential factors of the student motivations are attention, appealing to learners' needs and experience, positive attitude, and satisfaction. So based on this data, we designed a survey to evaluate whether the interactive methods introduced into the blended learning activities is in line with said influential factors, and to detect what students' motivation levels are. So this survey consists of 20 items comprising 4 subsections corresponding to the amount of the factors. Each subsection included 5 items to get a feedback from the students on each motivation dimension, like attention, addressing learners' needs, positive attitude, and satisfaction. The survey measures learners' motivation level by applying a 5-point Likert type scale. The scale reliability test was conducted to estimate the result. The reliability of all the 4 scales on the Cronbach alpha was detected as 0.75, which proved an acceptable reliability of the obtained result. Then it was measured the motivation dimensions average score for each of 5 items of subsections, and overall the results you can see on the screen. So also be distinguished 4 motivation levels: high, intermediate, pre-intermediate, and low. And here you can see the percentage of the students who revealed correspondingly high, intermediate, pre-intermediate, and low levels. And we can conclude that high and intermediate, vast majority of students revealed high and intermediate levels of motivation to learning. So we can hope that our strategies was correct and promoted students' motivation. Also, I'd like to emphasize some selected characteristics of our results. So 70% of the students admitted that they attended online classes with desire because they were used to a variety of gripping activities, and the course stimulated their curiosity. Over 50% of trainees admitted that during the course doing, they were involved in the work upon the tasks that demonstrated them how this course material could be useful to them in their potential professional life, which actually proved their appealing to their needs and their experience. 63% of trainees admitted that team interaction during material mastering suggested them confidence in their abilities to succeed in the course. And during online classes, they felt themselves happy as if they worked with their peers in real classroom. And 72% admitted that they were pleased to work on the course in such a friendly and cooperative atmosphere. So for us, these results were really enthusiastic and promising. We are going on our research, I have to say. So in terms of conclusion, I covered almost everything here: the core features of and challenges of blended learning, the ways of enrichment of the blended learning techniques enriched with interactive methods, and the experience of interactive methods, practical realization in the process of some courses mastered by potential IT specialists also were presented. This survey was designed to evaluate whether the interactive methods introducing are in line with the core motivation dimensions and detect the levels of students' learning motivation. So the reliability was tested, and it was revealed its acceptable reliability. In terms of prospects, the obtained results of the conducted survey and our monitoring program may be taken as a basis for holding the full empirical research for the verification of the impact which made the offered blended learning activities enriched with interactive methods on the level of student motivation, and the results of pre-service specialist training, which makes the prospects of our potential research. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lidmila. It was a good presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
So thank you for your attention, first of all, and mostly I have said everything in my presentation, but I'd like to underline that the topic of this research and this experience and cases which I presented, they grew from the true challenges of our real life. Firstly, it was pandemic, which disconnected us among students, and now we are having this war state and war conflict, and our mission was and is to focus students on the necessary activity, because they are nevertheless they have to go on learning, they have to go on doing their taking their education, and we bumped with the problems of losing motivation, dropping a great not great but increasing percentage of dropouts from university, and it's really negative things. And I started thinking what personally me can to contribute and in order to improve the situation in these really hard times. And I started thinking how to activate and add some more classroom spirit into online classes. Yeah, we know blended learning activities, we use, all of us are using them, including the different kinds of digital instruments and digital platforms. But how to give students idea and raise their motivation and retain their attention to online classes. That was my main challenge, and I tried to implement something to to blow some life spirit into online classes. And I tried to introduce, to enrich some typical blended learning activities with interactive methods. And I hope that at least according to the feedback and to the results of our so-called pilot survey, we were quite, our efforts were quite rewarding. Thank you for your attention, and maybe you have some questions, because despite the fact that I focused on the examples of training of exactly potential IT specialists, I think that this experience can be widely used in the progress of training of different other specialists, in using just these didactic ideas. Any questions? I will be happy to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Anybody having any questions with Dr. Lidmila? Dr. Beata? Anything you want to ask to Dr. Lidmila?
I don't have any questions, but I'm very, very pleased having heard this research being conducted, because this is precisely the kind of project that I'm involved in right now between the Polish and Icelandic schools, which will be available in a couple of years. It has just started and it's a 2-year project, but it will be available to people around the world. So hopefully some of the things that I heard today will be incorporated in that project. And thank you very much. That was very, very
Dr. Beata, thank you. Really, thank you for your interest to this work. And maybe if you are interested in, we can exchange contacts and find out maybe some points of collaboration, because there is something that I showed only the small share of activities, and the research is in progress. So I will be also happy to see your ideas and maybe your I don't know, your success and your results
of our work. Yes.
Yeah, of your research. Okay.
I have already taken a screenshot of your details, so I will definitely say
okay, thank you. If you can write down your own email, I will be happy also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beda, and thank you, Dr. Lidmila. Anybody else having any questions with Dr. and Dr. Patama, Kanjana, anything? Okay, we'll move ahead with the conference. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Patama Satvedan, assistant professor from Bangkok University, Thailand. Her topic of research is self-directed learning among Thai students, directing your own play. Dr. Patama is currently an assistant professor and director, Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications, School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University from Bangkok, Thailand. She received her doctoral and master's degree in media and communication from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom. Likewise, she obtained her bachelor's degree in public relations from the Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. She has teaching experiences for over 10 years. Her research interests are health literacy, health communication, crisis communication and crisis management, marketing, public relations, and communication studies. Let's have a look at her presentation.
So, should be good morning, everyone. So thank you very much for having me as the keynote speakers for today's conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Patama Satapedin. I'm currently the Director of the Master of Communication Arts programs in Digital Marketing Communications, Bangkok University, Thailand. And what I would like to deliver for you today is entitled Self-Directed Learning Among Thai Students, Directed Your Own Play. So let me give the reasons why and give the understanding, the basic understandings of the self-directed learning. I found out this course and I think that it's very useful and beneficial for understanding the self-directed learning. It's actually from Kapoor in 2019. The scholars say that self-directed learning is the learning that enables the individuals to put into practice the learning methods that would enable them acquire an efficient understanding of the concepts. And the individual gets engaged in self-directed learning when they form the viewpoint that they need to augment their knowledge and skills in terms of particular areas. Factors that influencing self-directed learning are motivation, self-efficacy, support, and also the performance. So basically, self-directed learning is something, is drive actually, and basically from the passions of, an individual of the students in order to achieve something, in order to do something, and they know what they want to do, they know how to do that, even though sometimes they kind of, faced with the challenges or the problems, but they try to overcome such kinds of the challenge and obstacles by, seeing what they want. I mean, by seeing the goals that they want to achieve. So basically, I mean, for me, myself, as a person or an instructor would like to encourage the self-directed learning behavior among the students. Yeah, I would say the passion is really important. Okay. But however, so the self-directed learning should be enhanced, not just only in the studies, but especially for the workplace as well. But basically, if if you are able, I mean, as instructors, you are able to encourage the students to have the self-directed learning in the educations, in the while giving lectures, or while the students are in the educational institutes. So it means that it can be simply and straightforwardly that they have got the self-directed learning skills and also the behavior while they are working. But anyway, it's really important, not just only in the educational purpose, but also for their future careers, for their future life as well. But however, the self-directed learning, simply speaking, sometimes difficult to happen because of various barriers and also the obstacles. So I kind of preliminary gather two studies that mentions and address clearly about, the barriers of the self-directed learning. One of them is from Cohen and colleagues in 2017, and they mentioned into like personal factors that discouraging the students from and peoples from from self-directed learning. So first of all, it's about lack of the concentrations with the various reasons, like for example, about the workload. So a lot of, and a large numbers of things to do and to finish, to complete, and even like the information's overload and overflow, and also the confusions in mind of what they have to do and how they have to do. Secondly, about the personal factors as well, the lack of like necessary skills, relatively including like management skills, or even like the communication skills. So they are kind of, face like the failure sometimes in reaching out and having like the self-directed learning behavior. And then last but not least, for Cohen and colleagues, 2017, that proposed about like the barriers for the self-directed learning behavior is about the lack of clarity. So in this case, it's about, the peoples do not know, I haven't got any ideas of how to do and what to do clearly. At the same time, long 2020 as well proposed another two factors and obstacles for the self-directed learning behavior. The first one is about the influence of the personals and also the cultural backgrounds, and also about the ways and the styles of the learning and the teachings as well. And in this case, I'm going to share as well my experience about, the self-directed learning that I have experienced, and also I have found out while giving like the lectures and while teaching, the students in the university level. And one of them that I'd like to mention is about the ways and the styles of learning and teaching. So in this case, in these studies and in these topics that I delivered to you, so I would like to study like the self-directed learning among the Thai students. And because this is like, the preliminary studies, is like, the pilot studies, and it's very important in terms like in the futures in order to, to expand it, to enlarge these studies into like by using like the various, research methods. And also, even though if you want to use like the literature review or systematic literature review, maybe in the futures, varieties of the documents from several sources should be proposed and taken into granted in order to expand the numbers of the documents to be included in the studies. So I've used like the documentary research. Basically, it's like, the literature review and use and propose, together with that, propose my own teaching experience as well. And once again, this is just only like the preliminary studies and pilot studies in order to see about, the self-directed learning among the Thai students. So that is, as previously, is very important in the futures in order to expand it through, a varieties of the research methods and through a varieties of the documents and source of information to be included in these studies. So in this case, that will be like, first of all, okay, I get into like, the database, the online database that provided by the Bangkok University, and then I make the search. And the search and the keywords that I have used is two keywords, two main keywords, is self-directed learning and also the Thai students. When I put it, and then I limit my search into between 2017 and 2022. It means that so 5 years altogether for the periods of the studies. And then such articles, such research paper must be like the full text and also the peer review format. And then from these requirements, what I have found is 1,063 articles altogether. But however, then the limits that I put the limits also that, the documents to be included, the literatures to be included in these studies must be conducted in the Thai context cultures, and for sure it's about the self-directed learning, and in the fields of the educations, not in other fields. So in this case, there will be like 2 articles in total. So I would like to show to you basically from 1063 articles that I have found so far by putting, the 2 keywords, the 2 main keywords is like self-directed learning and also the Thai students. It comes up for me for like 6 articles altogether, and I would like to take this space to in order to clarify for the details of the 6 articles that I have found and to be included. So first of all, as you can see from the colors, so there will be finally 2 articles to be included that which were upon and colleagues in 2017, entitled Promoting Learning Achievement, Problem Solving, and Learning Curiosities of High School Students, Empirical Thai Studies of Self-Directed Learning in Physics course. And also the Shom Ya 2008, with the title Student Self-Directed Learning Behavior in Mahasarakaram University, which is published, both of them were published in the Journal of Education's Mahasarakaram University. But I have to explain more, as you can see in the for the studies in the blue colors and also in the light green color. So for the blue color, even though the studies were conducted in the Thai context culture, but they conducted for the purpose of for the workplace, but not in the fields of the education. So these 2 blue colors articles were excluded. But for the light green colors as well, were conducted not in Thailand, but also in the mainland, in the other countries, even though the focus on the self-directed learning in the educational field of the studies as well. So in this case, the light green articles would be excluded as well. So in total, once again, there would be only 2 articles that meet the requirements. And once again, that this is just only the preliminary studies and pilot studies, and need to be expanded and also to be enlarged more and more. So this is the brief details of the, of these 2 articles that and research papers to be included in these studies. So I kind of, separate the criteria into the 4 main things. These 2, even though they give the focus on the self-directed learning, but the purpose is rather different. While the first one, Warapan and colleagues 2017, they focus on studies like the effectiveness of the self-directed learning on the students' learning achievement. And Shom Ya 2018, they would like to, these studies would like to understand comparatively among Thai and Australian students' self-directed learning manners. And the methods is also different. Why? In order to understand the effectiveness of the self-directed learning on the students' learning achievement for the former, they use the interviews and also the experimental research. While the latter, Shom Ya 2018, these studies use the questionnaire-based survey in order to study and understand about the manners of the self-directed learning among Thai students and Australian students. And the samples are also different as well. So for the first one, for Warapan colleague studies, they use the grades 11 who studies physics course, while Shom Ya, these studies focus on the university level, Thai students from Mahasarakaram University, and also for the Australian students, they are from Monash University, which is very interesting. For the brief findings, in order to respond to the research objective, for sure, for Warapan and colleague studies in 2017, they found that the self-directed learning was effective for the students' learning achievements, for sure. So it means that the self-directed learning should be encouraged among the students and in the educational field, in order to, for the students, in order to achieve the learning objective and learning achievement. As for Shom Ya, the studies tell us that for sure and certainly, you know, the Thai students and Thai education should give little support for the self-directed learning in order to, you know, make our Thai students, our, you know, prosperous futures human resource for our countries to have like, you know, the prosperous futures and also to have like the better learning achievement, because the Thai students self-directed learning manners need to be improved while you know, comparing with the Australian students. In other words, the Thai students self-directed learning manners process and owns lower level of the self-directed learning manners than, you know, the Australian students did. So together with this, that I said, I would like to share as well my experience, my teaching experience about the, you know, self-directed learning and why we have to encourage and empower lately the self-directed learning among the Thai students. I have found so far just, you know, my experience, my basic experience, my preliminary experience, I have found two main important reasons. The first one is about the students themselves, and the second one is about the learning and the teaching style. So we start with the students themselves first. So that I said at the beginning that it's very important for students to have like the passions, what goals and what directions they want to achieve. And unfortunately, some students have faced with, you know, having no passion and no motivations, to be honest, in order to achieve, in order to know exactly what they want to be in the futures of like kind of, you know, the long-term goals in their life that they want to achieve. That's the first one. The second one, I agree with, you know, the previous scholars who have mentioned that that sometimes the students have got like, you know, the business, the tasks, the studies, the overload studies in order to complete like, you know, a lot of like the assignments, the projects and things like that. So it's quite, you know, very difficult for them in order to have like the times to think, to plan themselves, you know, to have a look and then self-monitor themselves and things like that, because of, you know, a large numbers of the assignment tasks or even like the workshops or the projects to do. The third one's relative with in relation with the first two things that I have mentioned. So they have no directions of what to do and where to go. Sometimes they haven't got anyone who can help you to give them like the hands in order to help guide and also the direct of how to do, and, you know, to coach them. They said coach, you know, to help them think and design their own way and their own life. And sometimes the students have got like, you know, the fear, the feeling of, you know, like the fearful and shy of doing something, and then they have facing with some kinds of the failures, and they think that if they fail, it means that nothing they can do anymore, and it's very shy that you know, that they fail and things like that. So this is like in students themselves side. But altogether with that, along with that, I think it's about the learning and the teaching styles. I think that, you know, the problem-based or even like the project-based is like a good and important opportunity for the students in order to see, in order to think, in order to direct, in order to be coached and use their critical, analytical, and other skills, important skills, in order to help themselves and find out themselves what they want to do and what they have to learn, and in which directions that they want to achieve and accomplish. So sometimes we have like the limitations in the problem-based and project-based learning and so on, which is very important for teaching and learning methods nowadays. And also limited in like educational supports and also the facilities as well. So I think that I said previously that, you know, the scholars and also the professionals, even like the teachers and instructors, have to apply and, you know, employ and try to empower, you know, the self-directed learning behavior among the students as much as they can, etc. So I would like to end up my speech, my you know, my talk today with the two things that everybody has his her own way. Everybody can design themselves, but by using and having and making the confidence on, self-directed learning and failing fast is the key. So don't worry and don't scare of failings and failures. Failures like a good lesson learned for not just only the students, but for everyone. So thank you very much for today. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patama. It was a wonderful presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
Okay, sure. Thank you very much once again for your attention. So as you can see from my educational background, is not related to education anymore. I'm the communicators. I'm media and communications. But what I conduct this research, and as a teachers, so I would like to encourage all the students to have the self-directed learning mindset, especially during this period of time, just pandemics, the COVID-19 pandemics, or even the monkeypox and things like that. If they can design, they can know they have got passions in order to design their own ways for their studies or even for their future career, it would be great for them.
Thank you, Doctor. Anybody having any queries or questions regarding Dr. Patama's presentation may leave in the chat section, and Doctor will surely answer the same. We'll move ahead with our conference.
Thank you.
Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Parichat Tumanan, PhD Assistant Professor of Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Khon Kaen University from Thailand. Her topic of research is how are teachers and students adapting during post-COVID-19 in Thailand. Dr. Parichat is a lecturer in the English for Business Management Department at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Khon Kaen University. During 2016 to 2019, she has served as Assistant Dean of the Faculty of Liberal Arts. At that time, she has been the Chair of English for Business Management Department. Now, she is teaching bachelor degree and master degree students. She had joined national and international conferences in Thailand and abroad. She has served a reviewer for Panna Panitan Journal, Mahachulalong Kon Rajvidyalaya University, Nong Khai Campus, Thailand since 2020. Her research interests are second language acquisition, teacher training, EFL learning and teaching, language learning strategies, communication strategies, as well as intercultural communication. Gradually, she is invited to be a guest lecturer and a guest speaker in terms of English communication, English education, and English training for students, teachers, and staff in both public and private sectors. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Mr. President, Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the International Conference on Teaching, Education and Learning for inviting me. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Parichat Tumanan from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Khon Kaen University, Nong Khai Campus. 2 years ago, I was invited to be part of this conference as a keynote speaker. Last time, I talked about English learning and teaching in Thailand amid COVID-19. Today, I'm going to talk about how are teachers and students adjusting during post-COVID-19 in Thailand. Let me start with some information on the COVID-19 situation in Thailand. The first wave of COVID-19 outbreak in Thailand. Thailand began with the identification of the first case in the country on January the 13th, 2020, and has been ongoing since then. Since the pandemic arises, Thailand on March 17th, 2020, announced a 2-week closure of all educational institutions until at least March 31st, and so on. In Thailand, from January the 3rd, 2020 to July the 8th, 2022, there have been 4,540,955 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 30,798 deaths. The Thai government has ordered the closure of all local and international schools and universities in Thailand from Wednesday, March 18, 2020 to help control the spread of COVID-19. During the severe coronavirus outbreak during April to June 2020, more distance teaching was being used instead of the normal classroom in order to prevent infections. This crisis made the institutions, which were earlier reluctant to change, to accept modern technology. The COVID-19 epidemic has caused a rapid classroom to online teaching paradigm shift, which requires the integration of technology into teaching. Everything must have a beginning. To effectively manage this shift, teachers must develop their own ICT literacy in order to conduct their classes through online platforms. The new change in education modality is an important concern on the part of university leaders and the Ministry of Education. In Thailand, most educational staff are convinced that retaining students to follow online courses is exceptionally problematic. Most of the educational staff are not experienced conducting online teaching. Activities include prepare teaching outlines, teaching instruments for the virtual classroom. As a result of it, making such innovations inevitable. This change was hurried and forced by circumstances, so this emergency online education, a lack of conscious design and development process. These have raised many challenges for both instructors and students. Here are a summary of the difficulties in delivering emergency online learning. Those difficulties are technology, socio-economic factor, digital competence, assessment and supervision, heavy workload, self-regulation, compatibility, interactivity, and teaching style. Thai instructors have to comply with the learning management systems provided by their universities. They needed to extensively study how to use various online platforms, for example, Google Meet, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams, to facilitate their online teaching. It is important to note that each university uses different LMS. Indeed, each LMS platform carries different teaching and learning advantages and limitations of which instructors need to be aware when delivering online lessons. As a result, we need to adjust ourselves in terms of instructional management as well as evaluation. We have to develop and improve our instructional management. A variety of workshops, for instance, online learning tools, and online testing have been created and provided in order to help us to make use of them effectively. Meanwhile, learners are also required to be ready for online learning. During COVID-19 situation, learning management system is essential in operating e-learning. Instructor tends to use Google Classroom and Moodle. Zoom and Google Meet are often used for online teaching. Instructors often use Line, Facebook, and email for classroom communication. Moreover, Google Form, Kahoot, Edpuzzle, Padlet, Canva, Zoom poll, and so on are employed to create active teaching and learning activities in class. More importantly, teaching and learning evaluation cannot be taken for granted. After having used innovations, we need to scrutinize and explore the weak and strong points of those innovations. How long do learners spend their time on their assignments? Are they getting better at their learning skills? Are there any delayed signals of their learning skills? However, the spreading of COVID-19 has effects on not only teachers and students, but also students' parents. No parent would deny the importance of education. Nonetheless, children's education was often one of the first things to be cut during the economic crisis prompted by the pandemic. This was particularly true of middle to low and low income families. In terms of teaching and learning system, in 2021, all students, both schools and tertiary level, were required to learn online 100%. Unfortunately, poor students had no access to online learning due to a lack of devices or internet access, while their home environment was in many cases unsupportive of such learning. As a result, the closure of schools and educational institutions affect directly to Thai students and the quality of education. Plenty of Thai teachers seek other ways to cope with their class besides follow the ministry policy, which focuses only distancing learning. Since the students' contexts are different, the teaching and learning management should be fairest to respond individual learners. COVID-19 cannot stop us conducting research. Studies and experience have helped us learn more about the online instructional in transmitting COVID-19. Some Thai researchers attempt to investigate issues of online learning, for example, factors affecting online instructional management and perspective of teachers and students towards online learning. Learners' readiness for online learning, readiness factors and barriers in blended learning classroom, and the effectiveness of online learning tools. According to a study by Ponrat Vatanakasivit et al. 2021, investigated challenges of student-centered learning in Thai higher education during the COVID-19 pandemic. The results reveal that most instructors feel that students' self-regulation and self-discipline, socio-economic factors, and limited interactivity are obstacles to students' online learning. Instructors had concern about fairness and honesty in online assessment, how to create SCL, online teaching and student skills in using computer for online learning, and students' readiness in terms of equipment. Many instructors also were concerned about how to assess students online and how to avoid cheating and plagiarism. With different situations and oral limitation in terms of institutional support or online teaching experiences, there are the socio-technical aspects that the college instructors should focus on their effort and time to improve. Therefore, these issues should be taken into consideration for developing and improving the quality of instructional management. Recently, the Public Health Ministry declared the country to be in a post-pandemic COVID-19 stage. COVID-19 was labeled an endemic disease in Thailand starting on July 1st, 2022, allowing people to return to a normal life. Nowadays, all schools reopen nationwide. After two tumultuous years of living with the pandemic, Students in all of the countries, 35,000 schools returned to physical classes, learning directly from teachers and playing with friends. This is the new normal Thai education system during post-COVID-19. Coronavirus is turning point of teaching and learning in Thailand. COVID-19 causes education reform in Thailand. Many institutions are creating and launching online learning courses and curriculums for everyone. In the era of digital world, lifelong learning and self-learning styles are often found in our new normal lives. A variety of interesting online courses are provided and launched for everyone. In terms of teaching and learning, it is necessary to start from the principle of realism and generate strategies that don't rely only on a single technology, but on several to ensure that all teachers and students are taken into consideration, or, which is equally or more critical, that technological solutions don't harm those who are already disadvantaged, because no one should be left behind. The COVID-19 has resulted in severe economic and social impacts around the world. Personally, I believe that one problem has many solutions. There's always an opportunity in every crisis. Life is short, and if we enjoy every moment of every day, then we will be happy no matter what happens or what changes along the way. We don't know what will happen in the future, whatever will be. The best thing that we can do is to learn to live and live to learn. Then adjust ourselves and be ready to deal with unexpected situations. Learning must be continuing. Life skills should be taught and learned. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Parichat. It was a wonderful presentation. So would you like to add anything to it?
Okay. Personally, I'm very thankful for inviting me as a keynote speaker. This is my second time. And so last time we talked about teaching and learning in Thailand amid COVID-19. And today, because 2 years ago, I talked about that topic. And so I'm here today for sharing the situation in Thailand. And so one point that I still want to share with you guys is that, I mean, we cannot know or expect any situation in the future. I mean, unexpected situation. So that's mean that we have to adjust ourselves. And so in terms of teaching and learning, I just try to integrate language teaching and learning activities to my students. And so as I showed you earlier, I mean, I used a lot of teaching instruments, just try to encourage my students to gain more knowledge. But again, we have a limit of, I mean, because we have to sit in the front of the computer. And so some of my students, or maybe yours, just use cell phone or something else. And so that means that maybe they will lose their concentration for some time. And so that means that you have to think and just try to give them more opportunity in terms of assignments or activities, and to make them feel more motivated in their learning. So I think everything must have a beginning. Everything must have a beginning. And so I thank for Vita to give me some information about Turnitin. So it's kind of plagiarism that I mentioned earlier, that sometimes we cannot control that the students will cheat or just try to I mean in terms of evaluation. So we use Google Form or something that everyone can do it. But again, we cannot control them if they cheat or copy something. So this is another way for writing assignments. But for some kind of exercise, for me, I just try to raise their awareness not to do that. Okay, that's all. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Beta has actually left a comment on your video. That is to comment on avoiding cheating and plagiarism in writing. A subscription to Turnitin.com really helps. Not sure if it includes Thai language though, as it discourages plagiarism thanks to its vast database in English. Perhaps every country and language group ought to build such a tool. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Turnitin.com was used and is widely used by many schools. It is a paid subscription, but it does discourage students from plagiarizing because it picks up just about every snippet of copied text that hasn't been quoted properly. So it also teaches students to learn how to cite properly within their writing, especially in research papers. So this is really very important. But like you said, I totally agree. It is also a question of attitude and a question of how we perceive our own learning. And that ties in with the previous speech about learning autonomy and the feeling of learning by yourself for yourself. This is something that many schools are not teaching yet, and hopefully that is going to change because we do learn only when we are ready to learn and when we really believe that the learning is happening for our own benefit and for the benefit of the community in which we live and the world itself, of course. So it's a question of a mindset.
I do agree with you. Especially when I talk to my students, I just try to give them some method and so the way that they can learn, because different people have their different learning styles. And so I just try to encourage them that, okay, according to Chinese proverb, I enjoy use this proverb to my student that, okay, if you give a man a fish, he will live for a day. But if you teach him how to fish, he will live for his lifetime. And so that's why I just try to let them know that, okay, this is the way that you can use. And so after that, you can choose, pick and choose, and just try and do your best. And again, I just try to let them know and aware them that, okay, honesty is the best policy. That's my way, the way of my teaching. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ludmila?
Thank you very much for interesting presentation and material, and the topic of your presentation is really urgent nowadays. And I have to say that at my university, the maybe challenges are really similar, and the ways we try to overcome these challenges are also similar, especially as for plagiarism. We try to cultivate this culture of right citing, right using of someone's research, starting from really young courses, and even in not just working upon some deep scientific publications, but just during students' projects, presenting their part of their independent work. There is also kind of demand to prepare a list of references and to show what exactly these references gave you, this using of this research which were published, how you used them, and especially it's really the students are focused how to cite them correctly and how to use, rest your own research on someone's research. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lidmila. Thank you, Dr. Parechad, and thank you, Dr. Beta. It was a nice conversation with you all. We'll move ahead with our conference. Our last keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Beata Mireka Jakubowska, education advisor and consultant, founder of Intercultural Education Consulting from Jakarta, Indonesia. Her topic of research is inclusion is a mindset. To facilitate development of critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Dr. Beata is a passionate educator with 30+ years of experience in international schools, employs active learning approaches to seamlessly integrate technology, personalized learning, help students hone interpersonal skills, and foster intercultural understanding. A true 21st century educator, Dr. Beata equips students with lifelong learning skills to navigate the rapidly changing world of the digital era. Dr. Beata actively promotes international cooperation between schools by participating in EU and European Economic Area projects, testing her Connect to Learn education platform in Southeast Asia, and engaging in a variety of educational endeavors in Indonesia. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants of the 11th International Conference on Teaching, Education, and Learning in Bali. I wish we could meet in person in Bali, but alas, we are still online. Therefore, let me begin my talk today on the topic of inclusion. Inclusion is a mindset. Some educators, like Daniel Sobel from Global Inclusive Teaching Initiative, even say that inclusion is a verb. And I happen to agree, because inclusion in the broad sense of the word requires action on the part of the leader or the group to include all members of the group in an activity. So how does this look in a classroom setting, regardless of the age group? Well, I've been an educator for a long time in an international setting. And if you have had this kind of experience, you'll know that each year or even each semester, you face a new set of students in the classroom from different cultural backgrounds, different sets of values, different upbringing, and on top of that, a number of various learning challenges. And the teacher's task is not only to convey knowledge to the students, but also support them in their development of a range of skills and competencies. Understanding each other's differences and challenges and also strengths and weaknesses is really essential for establishing effective collaboration to learn together. So what is the key to success? The word is belonging. How can we make every student feel like they belong in our classroom, like they're included? How can we make our classes a safe place for taking risks, making errors, trying again and again, and learning from the conclusions that we draw? So let's learn together. And let's share that knowledge later on. So let's first think, what does inclusion mean for me as an educator? Is it making sure that all eyes are on me? Or all ears listen to me? All students focus on me? Does it mean I have students with disabilities in the classroom and I have to figure out how to include them in the activities? Or does it mean something else? You decide. You think about that. Well, we can also look at it from the point of view of the student. When do the students not feel included in the classes? When do they feel like they're outsiders? When do they feel excluded or even threatened? A lot of the times that's because of a lack of or limited opportunities for real active participation in the class or collaboration in a pair, in a group, or with anybody. Sometimes the interaction with the teacher is limited, and interactions with other students are also limited. And especially that is true of online lessons. What are the issues leading to exclusion and this lack of inclusion? There are a number of them for sure, and these on the slide are just a few. Overloaded or poorly structured curriculum, limited choice of textbooks, time limits, overworked, burnt out teachers, especially in some countries in public schools, and also lack of specialist support. And that, again, often happens in public schools. And what do they lead to? They lead to a number of serious flaws in the kind of education that the students are receiving. And we can see that their flaws could be in the development of key competencies, that students perhaps will get disengaged, silent, or bored, and the quality of the teaching and learning especially will decrease. But let's not dwell on the issue and let's try to figure out some solutions. How can we change our mindset and ensure that inclusion is an everyday element of our pedagogy, that we're not just doing it occasionally? Well, first of all, knowing your students is essential. It's paramount. It's so important and so valuable later on in the school year if you spend the first few weeks of the semester or year, in case of long year-long classes, getting to know your students and ensuring that they get to know each other, that they become a crucial element in that supportive environment that you create, and that they are also including each other. Students must feel that this class, this group of students is important to them, and they are important to the group. It's a mutual feeling of respect and support. It's a sense of belonging, and a sense of belonging is one of the 5 elements of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and that was thought of in 1943, long time. And until this need is satisfied, no real learning can occur. So let's remember that. These kids, the students in our classes, need to feel like they belong. They need to feel included. So how can we create this atmosphere of belonging? I've collected some examples of good practices that could be used in the classroom. These examples span a number of pedagogical strategies. They include relationship building activities, various small group activities, critical thinking strategies, and a lot more. You may find some of these familiar. You perhaps are using them already, but also perhaps there are a few that you might want to try out in the near future. One of the first things we need to remember is that sense of belonging comes from the human interactions. They need to be safe. They need to be respectful. The students themselves need to be sensitive to the differences amongst themselves, and they not only need to feel that they are valued by the teacher, but that they also learn to value each other's differences. And that is a teacher's task at the very beginning of the school year, to set up that atmosphere that allows the class to feel, to build that atmosphere of belonging and inclusion. So the first thing is the buy-in. The buy-in is extremely important. We often start the semester with, or the year with a set of rules that we want the students to follow. And that is the first step to miss inclusion. Allow the students to generate a list of guidelines that they themselves want to follow to ensure a happy, fun, collaborative atmosphere that is safe for everyone and includes everyone in the learning process safely. Okay. Remember that your classroom can be made up of many different students. They look different. They may have some visual differences, and if students are allowed to exclude some of them, then you will have that problem of some of the students feeling excluded and feeling like they don't belong. What about the activities? The activities can be various iterations of peer-to-peer teaching, for example. And when you put two kids together, you get them to do some of the work, and you're not the only one doing the work in the classroom. So you can set up any kind of scenarios for pairs or small groups to work together, and you've got everyone in the classroom that's included in actively listening, or writing, or discussing, or experimenting, or whatever the task is, because you may be teaching a variety of subjects. Sharing notes is another way of getting all students involved in the learning, as they need to get up and post them on a taped piece of paper on the wall, or come up to a whiteboard or an idea wall, read each other's thoughts, comment on them, and also share these ideas. It's really important to pre-teach some fragments of sentences, sentence starters, phrases that you would want the students to include in their comments, and ensure that they understand why it is important to speak in a language that is polite and shows understanding of each other.
Just like we found your then moves to German for you made a comment and that is
advised
and she like for each brothel she was bought for like $1,000.
He had a child, his child was like
not that much,
and that child was like
and then
so many times
one like of the major.
So divide and slide is a bigger group activity. It works well with rows of up to 10 students. So if you have more, you can create two groups. Students in each row face each other with their notes in their hand and share research information in a minute or two. And then you move one person down the road and share again. It works for a number of learning purposes, like fact recall, Q&A for test prep, and that kind of activities. But the main point today is being included in the fun, despite a disability that you may have. So having all of the students included in the activity is very important. learning together, sharing together.
There's one quotation where it says, "Let's try to make him come out. I'd like to see what he looks like." So it kind of, yeah.
Yeah, and it also proves that he's really curious about both, because Jam explained Boo's appearance before he said it, but Jill is still want to know about Boo.
And also he asks question that says, "Wonder what he looks like." So he probably wants to know more about Boo Radley, and he wants him to come out from his house.
So this activity was 3 students, as you saw, sharing their knowledge and understanding of a text, putting their heads together, and later presenting it to the rest of the class, so that they had to make choices, decisions, what to say, and of course in what order, making sure that they are able to present clearly. The learner activities can also be learner to learner, where everybody is kind of on the same page, knowing what to do. So these activities that you can set may be equally challenging for the students, and they will enter a learner-learner relationship. And after a while, though, you might see that some of the students are more advanced in a variety of areas of either of your subject matter, or have various strengths in skill areas too. And that's when you can set up different activities where the one of the students becomes a tutor. Learning together as a tutor and learner allows one of the students to become a tutor in an area, either knowledge or skills, and teach the others in the group. If we ensure that all of the students in the class feel like they belong, feel like they're included, feel safe and valued for their contribution in the group discussion, or in the group activities or projects, or the learning that is happening, that will definitely yield effects for everyone and lead to success also for everyone. So here are some example simple activities that are structured for different subject matter. Math, for example, chunking time in the lesson and moving from the individual to a pair to a whole class discussion, so that this allows the teacher to talk to some of the students while they are working in pairs. Creative arts, for example, students, when they are working independently, the teachers also can meet their individual needs, and for example, in modern languages, including the students' life and identity in the subject matter that is being taught. 3 things that you can do tomorrow. You can chunk your lessons with different interaction and activities. You can also try to apply the 10 to 5 rule, and including in your lesson plan a time that allows every student to talk. It could be really talking to a partner, or a self-reflection, or a group activity, or one-on-one with the teacher, so that every student really has participated vocally in the class and feels like they belong and they have been included. You can listen to my student Tobin. He was a deaf-mute student who studied English in my class for 3 years, and was the very first student that, at least that I know of, that took the IB English B oral exam. Not only did he pass, he got a score of 6. Brilliant work, thanks to the inclusivity mindset, not only of me, but also the students he worked with for the 3 years that he was in my class.
Why has group work made me a better person? Even though some people prefer to work by themselves, group work can still empower you. Empowerment through group work results from the development of communication skills, the sharing of various perspectives, and the resolution of complicated problems. These important factors have enabled me to open doors to a new world.
Daniel Sobel's checklist is something that is a very important element of trying to change your classroom or even your whole school to become an inclusive school. This takeaway checklist shows that you can check all of the things that are happening or should be happening in your classes and your school. That includes access, physical access for the students to the classrooms, and it also includes the relationships that exist between the teachers and the students, and of course the parents as well. So that's also very important, and you can use this checklist. The source is the IFIP group that Daniel Sobel has begun, and the inclusion, that's a verb, belonging, and schools. So inclusive teaching is a mindset. When you believe in the benefits of this inclusivity, you will strive to encourage every child and ensure that every child feels at home in your classroom. And that every child walks in every day with a smile on his or her face, eager to participate and learn in a safe atmosphere and feel that they belong. So thank you for your attention and have a wonderful school year, ensuring that you include all of your students in your everyday teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beta. It was a nice presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
At the moment, I'm also thinking that a lot of the inclusion that may or may not be happening because of the pandemic is an issue as well. Many of the students chose to exclude themselves by basically just turning off their cameras and their microphones and not participating in classes, and creating lessons that are more inclusive and more engaging online also is a great challenge. I think that when we come back to our face-to-face classes, it is very important to ensure that this atmosphere of belonging and feeling like the classroom is a very safe place for learning and for making mistakes of all kinds. That's something that in many schools, many classes is still not happening. Many children, not just the young ones, but especially the older ones, high school students, are very stressed by school and feel like they are threatened by some of the things that are happening. So it is really very important to make that change. And we can start off by trying to include all of the kids in the activities, not just for the learning, but also for feeling like they belong in that classroom and they feel safe.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Dr. Lidmila, your views?
Thank you very much to Beata for this interesting and exciting presentation, and I really appreciate your wide vision of inclusion itself. And you started talking partially now about the transformations which are caused by pandemic, by online format of our classes. But I think that there are a lot of digital instruments which can not substitute definitely in-person activities, but they can contribute to do it. And some of them I mentioned in my presentation also. It's really a challenge to add classroom spirit in these disconnected classes. But I think that it's possible to do using some exactly interactive methods, but putting them on online platform. And I think that there are lots of branches how to improve these ideas and try to find the ways how to implement them. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, I
Thank you,
totally
Dr.
agree. I totally agree with you, Dr. Lumio.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll move ahead with our conference. Okay, it's time for team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. So I would request all of you to please turn on your cameras. Today's topic of discussion is how to stay calm under pressure. Video credit goes to TED Talks. Let's have a look at the video.
Your favorite athlete closes in for a victorious win. The crowd holds its breath, and at the crucial moment, she misses the shot. That competitor just experienced the phenomenon known as choking, where despite months, even years of practice, a person fails right when it matters most. Choking is common in sports, where performance often occurs under intense pressure and depends on key moments. And yet, performance anxiety also haunts public speakers, contestants in spelling bees, and even world-famous musicians. Most people intuitively blame it on their nerves. But why does being nervous undermine expert performance? There are two sets of theories, which both say that primarily choking under pressure boils down to focus. First, there are the distraction theories. These suggest that performance suffers when the mind is preoccupied with worries, doubts, or fears, instead of focusing its attention on performing the task at hand. When relevant and irrelevant thoughts compete for the same attention, something has to give. The brain can only process so much information at once. Tasks that challenge working memory, the mental scratch pad we use to temporarily store phone numbers and grocery lists, are especially vulnerable to pressure. In a 2004 study, a group of university students were asked to perform math problems, some easy, others more complex and memory intensive. Half the students completed both problem types with nothing at stake, while the others completed them when calm and under pressure. While everyone did well on the easy problems, those who were stressed performed worse on the more difficult memory-intensive tasks. Explicit monitoring theories make up the second group of explanations for choking under pressure. They're concerned with how pressure can cause people to overanalyze the task at hand. Here, the logic goes that once a skill becomes automatic, thinking about its precise mechanics interferes with your ability to do it. Tasks we do unconsciously seem to be most vulnerable to this kind of choking. A study on competitive golfers compared their performance when instructed to simply focus on putting as accurately as possible, versus when they were primed to be acutely aware of the mechanics of their putting stroke. Golfers usually perform this action subconsciously, so those who suddenly tuned in to the precise details of their own moves also became worse at making accurate shots. Choking may not be inevitable for everyone, though. Research suggests that some are more susceptible than others, especially those who are self-conscious, anxious, and afraid of being judged negatively by others. So how can we avoid choking when it really counts? First, it helps to practice under stressful conditions. In a study on expert dart players, researchers found that those who hadn't practiced under stress performed worse when anxious, compared to those who had become accustomed to pressure. Secondly, Many performers extol the virtues of a pre-performance routine, whether it's taking a few deep breaths, repeating a cue word, or doing a rhythmic sequence of movements. Studies on golfing, bowling, and water polo find that short rituals can lead to more consistent and accurate performance under pressure. And thirdly, researchers have shown that having an external focus on the ultimate goal works better than an internal focus, where someone is tuned into the mechanics of what they're doing. A study of experienced golfers revealed that those who hit chip shots while focused on the flight of the ball performed significantly better than those who focused on the motion of their arms. So perhaps we can modify that age-old saying, practice under pressure, with focus, and with that glorious end goal in sight, makes perfect. For a nail-biting example of persevering under pressure, we highly recommend The Boys in the Boat. It tells the gripping true story of 9 American rowers and their quest for gold at the 1936 Olympics in Nazi Germany. You can download an audio version of this book for free at audible.com/TEDEd. Every free trial started through this link helps support TEDEd's nonprofit mission.
Okay, so one by one, I would request each of you to please share your views on the topic. We'll start with Dr. Patama. Your views on the topic, ma'am.
Well, when I received this topic, actually, so I'm thinking as well, and I would use my own experience when I, under pressures, and then try to, make me calm. I would think like positively, think that everything gonna pass, and it's such like the normal situations for the humans, for the peoples to face with, not just only like the good things, but also like the bad things as well. But one day, the better situations will come up. So basically, the main things that I think is about like the mindset. So I would think and address about like the positive thinking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Dr. Lidmila, your views on the topic.
Thank you. My view on the topic is how to say it, it's really urgent thing nowadays, because all of us this or that way we are under pressure, and this the level of pressure might be different, but anyway we are stressed because we are living in really, how to say it, difficult time, and we may be stressed by the variety of different events and these leverage of information, sometimes this negative information, and it's clear that there is really urgent nowadays for everybody. I have I can't say that there's a recipe, but I try to follow some principles also. I agree that positive thinking is really good, but you have to find out the sources how to think positively, and if there are no positive ideas around you, it's quite difficult sometimes to find out them. And I prefer this for myself. I prefer to change activities and to try to concentrate on something which is maybe not really positive, but it now attracts my effort and demands my own personal efforts, and it gives me energy to abstract from some negative things, from some stresses, and to concentrate on something where I feel that is my mission. And it really helps me to calm down and to go on doing something which I really need to do and can do right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Beta, your views?
I would agree with the positive thinking as well, and I will also agree with Dr. Ludmila that sometimes there is very little positive things that are happening around you. One of the strategies that I have been using recently under a lot of stress and juggling quite a few different activities and projects, which sometimes accumulate to an extent that is unbearable and unwieldy, The strategy was to prioritize and to block a few, try to see which ones can be postponed or put on a back burner for a moment, so that one can focus and work under pressure on one or two things rather than try to do 10 or more. And I think that with young people nowadays, the distractions that are happening with work online, or with the activities that are happening online, when you are trying to read even an article online, you're bombarded by advertising that is coming from different directions. That focus is not there, and the pressure perhaps to do research, to read, to learn is much harder because of all of the distractions that are happening. So trying to balance the things that we are doing is very difficult. So trying to block some of the input and focusing a little bit more on the key ideas. That's one way of reducing the stress, that you have to do everything, you have to organize everything, and you have to be able to comprehend everything that is happening around you.
Thank you, Dr. Dr. Parichad.
For me, according to the topic, how to stay calm under pressure, for me, it depends on the context. Sometimes I mean, as a matter of fact, there are so many ways to stay calm under pressure. Sometimes I take a deep breath. I think I just do this, and hold my breath and just try release. Yeah, is another way. It's a good way for me. I mean, in some situation, it make me feel calmer. And another way to reduce stress is to change the atmosphere, because as far as we know, we teach for a long time in front of the computer, and so the way that can reduce the stress is just change the atmosphere. So I mean, when I feel stressed, I just try to take a break and spend 5 minutes to fresh air and change of scenery. That could help me to feel calmer and gain a new perspective on the situation. And because I'm a Buddhist, and I think doing meditation is one of good ways to reduce stress. In my opinion, a few minutes of sitting quietly and concentrating on my breathing, I think is a beneficial form of meditation, and it makes me feel calm. This is the way that I use when I feel when I get stressed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Parichad. Tonsai, your views on the topic?
Okay, I think the ability to work under pressure is so very important, because even we have a good plan, but something we have an accident, and the way to practice ability to work under pressure for me, we have many ways, but I think the best way is ability to control biofeedback, because the biofeedback was linked with emotional, and linked with thought, linked with behavior. For example, if we angry, we have less high heart rate. Yes, And if we take a deep breath, yeah, we had our heart rate will drop, and we will calm down. Yeah, and sometimes I think meditation is very hard. Yes, and so if we practice about biofeedback, like a muscle relaxation, like a deep breath, is an easy way for keep we calm down, for keep we have awareness. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonsai. Dr. Nopadol, your views on the topic?
To work under the pressure? Yes. Nowadays, we work under the pressure. The first time for me, I go to the corner, same like Dr. Parisha say, to relaxing, and I think first time I'm think in positive and relaxing for emotion. Okay, thank you for attention. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Kanjana, I hope now you're feeling comfortable. So your views on the topic.
Okay, so from my perspective, first of all, we need to try to understand that stress and pressure always go hand in hand with a challenge of starting something new. So if we need to get out of our safe zone to do something new, we can say that dealing with those stress and pressure is inevitable. So from my experience, there are a lot of ways to handle with those pressure, but for me, there are 3 steps following by one is take a deep breath. And I mean, when you have to face with the problems or situation under pressure, I suggest you to breathing deeply and slowly. This step can help you to distract your mind from whatever is bothering you, so you can focus only what is happening at that moment. And the second step was you have to prioritize the causes of those problems or the causes of those pressure, then work on solving problems that the most important or urgent to the least important or least urgent. Maybe you can use Eisenhower matrix. It is a good sample tools for prioritize those problems before we will decide to take action. Sorry, do you hear me? Okay. And the last steps to handle with the pressure is be surround yourself with the beloved and positive people. Spend more time with your best friend or your family who are helpful, cheer up, positive, and willing to lift you up when you feel down. And I believe that if there are a lot of good energies around you, you will have the strength and energy to deal with the problems under pressure for sure. And the last sentence for me is life is short. Just be happy to face with the challenge of our lives, because every step we fall, we always learning something new from them. So thank you so much for the attention. Miss Sakshi, you're mute.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Shaurit?
Mr. Shaurit disconnect, and now he tried to reconnect. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tonsai. Okay, it was nice communicating with you all and discussing the topic. We'll move ahead with the conference. I welcome our first presenter for the day, Kanjana Tayaborwal, from Department of Learning, Innovation and Technology, Faculty of Industrial Education and Technology from King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Bangkok, Thailand. A topic of research is a pilot study of career maturity, problem solving, and managerial skills of undergraduate students in different contexts, gender, grade levels, and faculties. Her abstract is on the screen. Okay, let's have a look at her presentation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kanchana Thayabawan. Today I'm going to present my pilot study research, named A Pilot Study of Career Maturity, Problem Solving, and Managerial Skills of Undergraduate Students in Different Contexts, Gender, Grade Levels, and Faculties. Nowadays, we cannot deny that good quality of education is one of essential factors of human development. It also increases opportunity of getting employment for high achieving students too. Many years ago, company owner or business organization in Thailand need to employ a new graduate with high academic knowledge and high GPA. But now the world's trend was changed the mindset. They need more than academic knowledge or GPA only, but need for transformation skill, for example, problem solving skill, career maturity skill, or managerial skills. Thailand is one of countries that recognize the importance of developing competency of CM, PS, and MS for students from freshman to senior year. Because if students are able to develop their potential in these skills, they have tools for applying their work life and can enhance work's potential of people while they have to face with real immediate problem in their workplace too. First, before we go to research detail, let's talk about three definitions of problem-solving skill, career maturity, and managerial skill first. Problem-solving skills, or PS, can be explained as a skill that solve problem in different situations. It is effort need in achieving goal or finding a solution when no automatic solution is available. So which PS is one of an important part that enhance the potential of managerial skills or MS, which can refer to a set of quality and attributes in personality of manager that enable them to effectively manage the entire organization. Normally, manager or people who in charge of department, company, or other business unit will use for contribute and develop the team or each individual person in company. If we apply these skills to teach part, MS can be explained as the way the teacher deals enhance and develop learners' competency and potentials while they were in their class. So modern company owner or business organization still expect new graduate to have a competency of CM can be referred as a multi-dimensional process and progress speed in the career choice part. And moreover, MS can be defined as ability to completing career development tasks, which is one of root of developing problem solving skill and copying strategy for addressing the difficulty experienced in making a career choice. So CM is interesting to explore because student who has this competency can use this with self-confidence to choose whatever career they want to pursue by themselves with the self-confidence, which may lead to career success in the future too. Therefore, the current study focuses on investigate current competencies of CM, PS, and MS of undergraduate students with the different gender, grade levels, and faculties. The result of this pilot study would use for teachers or people who want to develop organize and design teaching and learning activities about self-management, which consists of CM, PS, and MS. In addition, it can use for a pilot information to increase competitiveness for students and
prepare students to be qualified to apply for the future employment too. The objective of this pilot study are two. The first one was investigate current competency of career maturity, problem-solving skill, and managerial skills of undergraduate students. And the second one was compare the current competency of CM, PS, and MS of undergraduate students across gender, grade levels, and faculties. Okay, the current sample of this pilot study was included 164 undergraduate students from freshman to senior year in Thailand, comprising with the 72 males and 92 females. And all of them are from 2 faculties, which can explain by 76 students from Faculty of Science and 88 students from Faculty of Education. Okay, to investigate data distribution from participants, researcher has used descriptive statistics, for example, frequency and percentage to provide general information, for example, gender, grade levels, GPA, and faculties of respondents. The t-test is used to determine of 2 samples are different by comparing their difference. And the one-way analysis of variance or ANOVA was also used to compare the mean of 3 or more groups to test class level on current and need. The reliability of this pilot study questionnaire was tested, and the value of Convac alpha is more than 0.7, which means they were acceptable. Okay, let's see the result. So there were 3 sections of the questionnaire, CM, PS, and MS. All of 3 sections were at high level, like pertaining to analyze the difference of gender on CM, PS, and MS. The present result reveals that there were difference of gender CM, PS, and MS at the confidence level of 0.05 in 6 items, following by 1. In order to obtain the occupation I want, I need to plan ahead. And the next one was, when I read the newspaper, I read articles about successful people working in my field of interest. The third one was, when choosing an occupation, I consider promotion opportunity instead of job characteristic. The fourth one is, I am confident that I will be able to work as well as anyone working in my chosen occupation. And the fifth was, I empowered to see what's going on in working environment. And the last one is, I easily get along with people. Okay, next. The researcher had analyzing the differences of faculty on CM, PS, and MS. The results showed that there were difference of faculty on CM, PS, and MS at the confidence level of 0.05 in 4 items, following by the first one was, I able to act effectively and creatively in different situations. The second one was, I able to use means at my disposal to handle situation. And the third one was, I able to apply logical thinking to gathering and analyzing information. And the last one was, I adapt to change in the project current environment. Okay, like to find out the difference in grade levels on current competency of career maturity, problem-solving skill, and managerial skills, researchers used one-way ANOVA to find out the answers, and the finding reveals that there were different in grade level on CM, PS, and MS in 9 items, following by one was, I would like the alumni of my school to talk about academic preparation and future career. Second one was, in order to live my own life, I have to select an occupation based on my own convictions. And the third one was, I am confident that I will able to work as well as anyone working in my chosen occupation. The fourth one was, I like to solve a problem. The fifth is, I am self-confident in problem solving. And the sixth was, I use various tools and methods to accomplish specific tasks. And the seventh is, I take responsibility to the delegation of tasks. Next was I demonstrate the use of technology in many aspects. And 9 was I adapt to change in the project current environment. Okay, the researcher can be conclude that gender, faculty, or even grade level did not significantly differentiate the overall skill level of CM, PS, and MS. Although if we consider in some question that students of different gender, faculty, and grade levels have different competency of CM, PS, and MS, may be due to their previous experiences, age, and responsibility, learning environment, or others. So it is good news for teachers because they can develop, organize, and design teaching and learning activities for undergraduate students to improve their CMPS and MS skills. Whatever the gender they are, whatever the faculties they are, and whatever the grade levels they are. Okay, and these are references of this pilot study. Yeah, that's all for my part today, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Kanchana. It was a wonderful presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you that in the past, I didn't come from Department of Education and I haven't done education research before. So my background is applied computer science and logistics and supply chain management for master degree. But in the last 2 years, I have an opportunity to teach undergraduate students in subject of modern management and leadership. And I found that the managerial skills is very important for undergraduate students to prepare themselves for future work. So I am interested in this field and now working on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kanchana. Anybody having any doubts or queries regarding her presentation may leave in the chat section. We'll move ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Kirin Srisupak from Faculty of Engineering, Mahidol University, Nakhon Pathom from Thailand. His topic of research is a model for distance learning enhancing with sports and psychoeducation. His abstract is on the screen. Let's watch his video presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirin Srisupak. I study master degree in Information Technology Management Division, Faculty of Engineering at Mahidol University, Thailand. My advisor is Assistant Professor Suprapon Getisin and Tiraya Mayakut. Today I would like to present my thesis is a model for distance learning enhancing with e-sport and psychoeducation. This page is I would like to present agenda. I have 4 sections. Section 1, Introduction. Introduction includes background, objective, scope of work, and expectation of study. Section 2, Literature Review. I will summary about paper I have reviewed have for scope e-sport technology for learning theory, and evaluate method. Section 3 is methodology include model design and evaluate. And last one, result, and finally, discussion. Next slide. This about introduction. Online education, often known as teleeducation, or distance learning, has been utilized in the education business for many years to enable studies in memory to study. Additionally, given the COVID-19 scenario, online education is an important alternative. Traditional education takes place a premium on instructors able students. Is primarily one-way communication, with not ideas for online learning may have more substantial influence and inequality among learners. The study discovered that online learning is less beneficial for study. For example, if the atmosphere is not conducive to learning, such as social media, the focus and attention will be impaired. Communication between teacher and study and students is necessary to be effective in the learning process. Right? There is this objective and scope of work. This research focus on designing a study models based on the critical factors of sport and learning theory. The study doesn't involve sport application or gaming development, and the researcher proved the acceptability and correctness of the proposed model, which is the preliminary result. That is overview. I have both sections. Sport, I study about the difference of sport factor related to sport and the application of sport. Next, technology for learning, to learn about the appropriate method for applying. And next, psychological learning theory. I study about to make education management more effective. And last one, evaluate method, find a way to assess the appropriateness of this research. This review is sport. After reading sport related facts, sport are discovered to be defined in a variety of ways, both sport and not sports. The benefits of sport have been adopted by the researcher and used in their work. The following are some of the factors that have been discovered to be important to sport success. For example, pay, organization, competitive skill, physical. Next slide. This slide is technology for learning. Show difference between e-learning, online learning, and distance learning. E-learning is not just a process of learning. E-learning represents the chain of knowledge, experience, and online learning. There are many details that overlap with the other method. Online learning as the direct access to internet-based learning. And online learning is also create a learning style that is feasible to study and can interact with the broadcast. And last one, distance learning. Distance learning has a new media and experience to help spread learning opportunity. And distance learning focus is limitation associated with distance. Learning have more technology for support distance learning. Next, this slide about learning theory. The researcher summary the cognitive learning that's because the cognitive learning focus on cognitive process or idea. This group has expanded the scope of behavioral learning to the thought process, which is a process within the brain. Their theory believes that human learning is not a method of behavioral theory or stimulus response process. Human learning is complex Learning is the cognitive process of human being in order to build self-awareness. Next slide. Slides talk about research method. The researcher has conducted a literature review on e-sport to design a new teaching approach. The subjective interpretations are based on a variety of user ideas in this aspect, focus exclusively on e-sport. E-sport is a technology-based sport. It enables players to gain additional soft skills and may incorporate that principle into teaching and learning. Esports will undoubtedly assist in developing features in the education as well as. In addition to improving soft skills, learners also have enjoyment and class engagement. It can solve distance learning problems, procrastination, inability to stay focused, and low social interaction. The researchers summarized its broad benefit into 9 factors. Follow the picture. Yes. Right, the researcher prefer Gaia theory with incorporate mindfulness. Gaia proposed that cognitive learning activity may be hierarchy classified. The hierarchy proposed is to denote the criteria that must be met in order to allow learning at its level. Determined by review the learning tasks, training skill, and characterization. The learning hierarchy serves as the foundation for both teaching and learning. Theory have 9 steps. Follow the picture. Gaia learning centric methodology maps our goal to provide quality distance education. The theory is also a synthesis of several approaches to define cognitive learning. When we consider the e-sport perspective, Gaia is the exact method of motivation to the problem-solving skill. Its process includes preparing, practicing, assessing, and transferring knowledge with e-sport alignment. These are according to the explorative factor and the Gaia theory. The researcher applied the principle and integrate the learning model. Next slide. The study presents detail and example of the proposed process model that researchers have taken. The Gaia as a model for managing learning system and consolidate the e-sport key factor to game pattern. The activity and process were fabricated as the model. Describe that activity and workflow or distance learning according to Gaia. It begins with study participation to set the learning goals together. The teacher plays the role of the instructor and coach. The communication is open session to discuss among class members. The technology gives an interactive social media tool. The lesson pattern should be competitive game and score dashboard is useful for stimulation and self-awareness. To achieve the mission required, the problem solving are team building which are the e-sport dominate. The final process is to summarize the new knowledge, skill, and experience by sharing of opinion. Next. This page shows about questionnaire. The researcher created a survey questionnaire for feasibility evaluation. The question asks their agreement or disagreement. Users have 5-point rigor scale with our related proposed process model. After I create the creation, the sample group is people who have an experience in e-sport and distance learning. Moreover, the sample group should consist of relate individuals such as learner and instructor. We estimate the sample size using the central limit theory for this pilot study. This page is result of the survey summarized character of respondent. 46% are instructors and 54% are learners, and 10% have sports experience, and all respondents have experience of online education. According to the questionnaire, both instructor and student ultimate agree that incorporating e-sport concept into their learning would boost their learning efficiency by 86%. The researchers summarize the main value from each question. Follow the picture. There is an interesting point from the instructor score was an average of 3.89x. There are concerns when the game is used in the classroom without proper control, it leads to a negative outcome. In teaching, including distraction and physical problems, which should outweigh the benefits. According to Gaia theory, instructors should ensure skills are mental, coaching, management, and digital competency. Moreover, the course material or tools must cover into the digital version and needs proper preparation. The infrastructure is another control that the education provider must plan and manage to achieve quality and accessible learning platform. For example, the network device and application are standard set for all students. The regulators should be raised to control and reduce the risk as time consumption and restricting role and responsibility for teacher, learner, parent, and providing. This slide is conclusion. The proposed model successfully integrates the distance learning platform, e-sport, and cognitive learning approach. It's accepted by the teacher and learner to create a better learning system in terms of participation, self-awareness, team member, critical thinking, and problem solving. Moreover, this model should be implemented to eliminate the burden of scoring during COVID-19. The process of admission, voting, and ranking can allow the study enjoyment. The scenario based is the best solution for tracking, exploring, and improving fundamental skills. However, a coin has two sides. The governance mechanism is required to create usefulness among all practice and sustainability. Thank you, everyone. If you have any question, I will be happy to talk to you, and you can contact me this follow the email in the slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirin. It was amazing presentation. Anybody having any doubts or concerns regarding his presentation may leave in the chat section. Moving ahead with our conference, our next presenter for the day is Dr. Nopadol Thomcheweya, Curriculum and Instruction, Faculty of Education, Muban Shombueng Rajabat University from Ratchaburi, Bangkok. Its topic of research is developing guidelines for upgrading general education courses on applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. Let's have a look at his abstract. You may all read it. Okay, let's watch his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nopadon Tumchia from Muban Jombung Ratchapat University, Thailand. I am responsible for organizing General Education Department. I would like to present my research on topic developing guidelines for upgrading general education courses on applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. The main function of the General Education Department is developing soft skills of students to have necessary skill and attribute necessary for a career. Sufficiency economy philosophy is an important concept that can help students develop their skill and attribute. With Muban Jombung Ratchapat University had applied sufficiency economy philosophy to student development in real life. In the past, the management of such education had not been successful as planned. Therefore, study need to be conducted in order to find guidelines for appropriate education management. Developing guidelines for upgrading general education courses apply sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. Each time will be guidelines for upgrading general education courses of Muban Jombung Ratchapat University to lay the foundation for the development of learning skills in the 21st century skill and provide students with knowledge. The result of this research will be useful in laying out guidelines for the development of manpower in order to restore the basic economy in the future. This research has two objectives. The first objective, to study basic information for developing and enhancing knowledge, understanding of applying sufficiency economy philosophy in real life among students of Muban Jombung Ratchapat University, and to develop guidelines for upgrading general education courses on apply the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. This research is a qualitative research. There are steps for conducting research as follows. First step, to study of basic information to develop and enhance knowledge, understanding of applying sufficiency economy philosophy in real life among students of Muban Jombung Ratchapat University. And next step, 2, developing guidelines for upgrading general education courses on applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. First step, to study of basic information to develop and enhance knowledge, understanding of applying sufficiency economy philosophy in real life among students of Muban Jombung Ratchapat University. Population youth in the study, they are students of Muban Jombung Ratchapat University, grades 1 to 4, semester 2 in academic year 2021, who have been enrolled in the King Science course of the university. Total number 2,665 people, and sample group it was obtained from a sample random sampling, a total of 256 people. The sufficiency economy philosophy used in this study were developed by King Rama IX of Thailand. Behavioral According to sufficiency economy philosophy in this research world, knowledge and use of intelligence, self-sufficiency, unity and public consciousness, rationality, adherence to morality, conservation of the environment and natural resources, and saving and self-sufficiency. This research has determined the behavioral level of students in applying the philosophy to real life. The level of behavior according to philosophy is divided into 5 levels as follows. Behavior level 0 means cannot be applied in real life. Behavior level 1 means being able to imitate or follow others. Behavior level 2 means being able to follow instruction or order to do. Behavior level 3 means it can be done without guidance or instruction. Behavior level 4 means able to do it actively or can be done naturally. From the first study, the summary of behavior according to sufficiency economy philosophy, students can follow order or order to do. Behavior level 2 in terms of knowledge and use of intelligence, self-sufficiency, unity and public consciousness, rationality, conservation of the environment and natural resources. And students do it without instruction and or instruction. Behavior level 3 in terms of adherence to morality and saving and self-sufficiency. From the results of the initial research, it was found that most students were unable to naturally apply the philosophy in real life without a guide. It reflects the learning management in general education courses that cannot allow learners to apply them in real life. Therefore, learning management methods need to be modified so that students can apply the philosophy in real life. And then use the result of the first step as information to developing guidelines for upgrading general education courses in next step by focus group. In the first focus group, to analyze the guideline for upgrading general education courses in 4 issues as follows. Teaching and learning in general education subject in applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. Approach to developing and enhancing knowledge. Understanding for students or learning in applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. Agency, learning resource, study visit to study learning, activity or practice. Guideline for promoting learning resource of king for students, youth, local community, and agency interact in studying and learning. And second focus group to synthesize the guideline for upgrading general education courses in determine the key competency and consider, determine the course description, determine learning objective. Research result of guideline for upgrading general education courses on applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. It consists of 4 components as follows. Course design. Determine the key competency and consider the sufficiency economy philosophy that can develop the key competency of learner in general education courses. Determine the course description that use the sufficiency economy philosophy to develop important competency in the course of learning management general education. Determine learning objective that combine both knowledge, essential skill, and holistic attitude that promote the application of the sufficiency economy philosophy. Learning activity providing knowledge on sufficiency economy philosophy to active learning. Emphasis is placed on applying the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life to situation for action. Tasks that promote the real life application of the sufficiency of economy philosophy. Enrichment emphasize on the application of the sufficiency economy philosophy in real life. Learn for agency and learning resource to study tour. Practice on project implementation in real life application of sufficiency economy philosophy. And assessment, measurement and evaluation that can measure performance level. Measure learning outcome for a variety of tools. Emphasize on reflection to develop learner during class. All that have been presented are research studies to apply the result to the design of learning management for study in the future. I apologize in this presentation that the English spoken may be unclear, as I don't speak English in every day. But I will try to do better in the next opportunity. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nopadol. It was amazing presentation. Would you like to add anything to it? Dr. Nopadol, can you hear me?
Yeah. My iPad is low battery. It's slow.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for opportunity today. And this my research is for next time for the upgrade in general education course. And next time is a result of my guideline to practice in the next time. I will come back again to show the result. Thank you for attention today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter for the day is Tonsai Keoswang from Department of Educational Psychology and Guidance, Faculty of Education, Mumbang Shomboing Rajabhat University from Ratchaburi, Thailand. His topic of research is development of psychological and life skills short-term training courses for full ride scholarship student, a case study of Mumbang Shomboing Rajabhat University's Krukraftin scholarship. His abstract is on the screen.
Okay. Okay. Are you hear me?
Yes, yes, Tonsai. So we can hear you. You may present.
Yes. This is my research topic. My research topic is development of a psychological life skill short-term training course and for full life scholarship student. A case study of Muban Jongbung Rajpat University Kuratin scholarship. The first thing I will tell you what is a Kuratin scholarship. Kuratin scholarship is the full life scholarship that give a scholar to the very, very poor student. If they don't if they didn't get this scholar, they can study in the university. Yeah. So the Kuratin is the Kuratin. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. The Kuratin project is the project to solve the teacher shortage problem. Nowadays, in Thailand, local school in Thailand are experiencing a teacher shortage problem because new teacher must start their work at the local school, and many local teacher when they complete the relocate requirement, they will move to the hometown or the city school. Yeah, and then Thailand government create a Kuratin scholarship that give a scholarship to the local student, and when they graduate, they will come back to local to teach, to be a teacher in the local school. ราชภัฏหมู่บ้านจอมบึงครูรักถิ่น scholarship student endorse a high rate of mental health problem because the scholarship student are assigned to study double degree. The first degree is a bachelor in elementary education and early childhood education degree. Furthermore, they assigned to study a supplement course such as substantial economy course that Dr. Nopidon presented, or occupational skill course, or psychology course, skill course, or and many courses. They study all the time. They don't have a vocation. They study in Mondays to Sundays, no vocation. So we can say that Kuratin scholar student are extremely intensive program. And this is my research question. The first question is what is the problem and necessity psychological and life skill short-term training course for Kuratin scholarship student? 2, how can a community-based approach in psychological and life skill short-term training course for Kuratin scholarship student will be developed? The objective is the first objective is to examine the problem and necessity of the psychological and life skill short-term training course for Kuratin scholarship student. 2 is to develop a competency-based approach in a psychological and life skill short-term training course for Kuratin scholarship student. I think that if the student have a psychological skill and life skill, they will coping they will coping the daily life in university and make they have a good well-being. Procedure. First step is study the problem and necessity of a psychological and life skill for necessary scholarship student. This step consists of document analysis and focus group discussion. The second step is a short-term training course design. The researcher use TABA curriculum development theory, as a framework which comprise 7 processes. The first process is analyzing a necessity. The second process is specify the objective. The third process is selecting the content. Fourth sequencing content. Next is selecting learning activities. Next is sequencing learning. And the last step is determine what is the evaluate and evaluation method. The third step is short-term training course validity. The researcher validate the short-term training course using 2 methods. The first method is evaluated by the experts using 5-point Likert rating scale. And the second is the commentator that allow education psychology and guidance lecturer from the Outer Rajabhat University that work with Kuratin scholarship synthesize and comment on the developed short-term training course in term quality and sustainability of context. The fourth step is adjust a short-term training course according to the comment and expert, the comment of experts and educational psychology and guidance lecturer. The population, the first step and the second step have a 2 group of population. The first is 7 experts in educational psychology and guidance. And the second group is a 3 Kuratin project head lecturer. The population of a third step is 3 educational psychology and guidance lecturer from the Rajapat University that work with Kuratin scholarship. This is my research frameworks. First, we use a competency-based concept, to design the frameworks, and we study about psychological and life skill short-term training course. This is a main point. We divide into skill. The first skill is a psychological skill competency. The psychological skill competency is based on a psychological theory, and the next is a life skill competency for like a coping skill. For example, money skill. We believe that if students have a psychological skill, they will have a good mental health, and if they have a good life skill, they will can coping well in the university. And when they know what is the competency that we need, we put the competency in the year of the education. So next is my finding of the research. This is my finding. So the first thing that I will talk about my finding is the problem, barrier, and solution of the current Kuratin psychological life in college. From the interview and focus group with students, we have a problem with barrier, like psychological well-being problem, knowledge of self problems, stress management problem, cognitive behavioral modification problem, willpower. So this is a detail of the psychological well-being. The first is a homesick. The second is the lack of psychological support, and third is a bad relationship with friends. Solution is first is a teacher should teach a student how to build healthy relation. Students should spend more time on relation activity, and friends helping friends is an other way to help other. So for this solution, we decide to student must know the psychological well-being skill. Next is the knowledge of self. The detail of the problem is students have a low self-esteem. Students have a low self-awareness. So the students have a repression of emotion and emptiness. The solution of this problem is a teacher should teach students about emotion and feeling. Teacher should teach students about self-monitoring skill, and teacher should teach students about acceptance and commitment. So the next topic is stress and management. The detail of the problem is the student have a stress and a coping problem. Student lack of stress management skill. Students have a burnout because of over boundary activity. So the solution is a teacher should teach students how to cope with stress. Students should practice on the self-compassion and exercise. Next topic is a cognitive behavioral modification. The solution is the serious permission. The detail of the problem is the first is a serious permission. The second is a badly daily habit, and the third is the game addiction. So the solution, the teacher should teach students about the cognitive behavioral modification, and next students should practice on optimistic exercise. So this dimension we call the cognitive behavioral modification. The next topic is willpower. The detail of problem is the student lack of motivation. the student lack of the self-discipline, and the student lack of ability to resist a short-term temptation and desire in order to achieve a long-term goal. So the solution is mental health condition checking. Yeah. Next is a problem of the life in college, that they study this problem to create a life skill course. The first problem is the financial crisis. The detail is the student, the more student, our students are poor, parent debt, and to spend money extravagantly. The solution is a teacher should teach students about money management. The student have to proceed as a money management plan. The second is a friendship issue. The detail is exclusion, bully, and cyberbullying, the bossiness. And the solution is we give a condition that the student must attend in group counseling with a psychologist. The next topic is failure. The detail is over boundary activity. So the solution is a teacher should teach students about time management. And next, students have to proceed as a time management plan. Next topic is the career pressure. So the detail is a professional license exam. In Thailand process, if the student want to be a teacher, when they graduate, they must take an exam that if they pass, they will get a professional license exam, and they can be a teacher and they can teach everywhere. But if they fail the exam, they can be a teacher. So the solution is a teacher must stay focused on what needs to be accomplished. Students must help together, and students must call for help if they need it. And the final topic of the problem in college is unfair treatment. The detail is a teacher bias. The solution is a teacher have way to give a feedback to teacher. And the second is a teacher should regard the feedback and change themselves. So for this problem and this solution and this detail, I conclusion to the course that divide into course. The first course is the psychological skill competency. We conclude that the 4 dimensions that students must know in 4 years in college. The first year is the self-awareness training skill. The second is using a positive psychology skill in daily life. The third is using stress management skill and cognitive behavioral modification technique. And the final is increased willpower and self-control. So this is a detailed life in the first year. In the first year, the student must train about self-awareness training 24 hours, 6 hours per week. Yeah, like this. This is the detail of the training course. For example, the first year, they must train about self-awareness training. The detail of self-awareness training that they must train is the first is the emotion and feelings knowledge. The second is the understanding emotional signal. The third is self-monitoring skill and emotional regulation skill. And the last is acceptance and commitment. So these are details. The next is life skill competency. The life skill competency is divided in 4 years, like a psychological skill. The first year, the student must know about the money skill. The second year, they must know about share leadership and collaborating solving skill. The third year, they must know critical thinking and effective communication skill. And the final year, they must know about media literacy and cyberbullying. For the example, the first year money skill, they must learn this course about 24 hours, 6 hours per week, right? The detail, for example, the detail is the first is attitude and money script and goal setting. budgeting. Second is saving. Third is investing. And fourth is managing debt. And five, risk management. So every dimension have a small detail. So discussion. From development of the competency-based approach in psychological and life skill short-term training course Kuraktin scholarship student. There are some experts for discussion follow. The first, the problem, barrier, and solution Kuraktin in life college that I talked it before. Yeah, from the finding, there need the change of the manner to decide the curriculum that different from the normal curriculum, because it is a psychology and life skill curriculum. The teacher as a curriculum user are also important. That they must flexibility. They must sorry. They must have a flexibility. Yeah, because because this is not a normal curriculum. So the second point is developing of a competency-based approach in psychological and life skill short-term training course for Kuraktin scholarship. From the finding and opinion of the experts in short-term training course, the creator is found a competency-based short-term training course which author project characteristics of accessibility scholarship student. The expert give advice follow this topic. The first is principle of curriculum. Psychological and life skill short-term training course teacher should train about psychological and life skill before work. The second, the goal of curriculum according to the different background of learner. The teacher should understand the multicultural. Yeah. And third, psychology, life skill, competency. Many students are different. So like the second topic, the teacher will concern about different, and they must know about a multicultural. And the fourth, competency performing a psychological and life skill standard. From the repertory standard, the teacher should select a technique and suitable the learner skill. Yeah. The next competency standard of the next is a competency standard structure. Teacher should consider it that the learner do not study psychological and life skill to be a perfect human. They are a normal human. They can do a mistake. They are the student. They are the child. Yes, they are not a Superman. They are not a perfect human. So the next instruction guideline. Teacher should not be strict to their own experience. And the final, the measurement and evaluation guideline of this curriculum is not designed as a formal education. Yeah. So so sorry if I talk faster and sometimes I make you don't understand because I don't good at English. So sorry. You can text me inbox if you have a question, and I will text you the answer. Thank you. Anyone have a question?
Thank you, Tonsai. It was amazing presentation. Would you like to add anything to it? Tonsai, am I audible to you?
Pardon?
I'm saying, do you want to add anything to it?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to say this, thank you for this interesting material, and I wish you, if you can say a few words about the prospects of your research, it would be good. But based on something that you have already found out, do you have some ideas how to go on your research?
Okay.
Thank
you. So, yeah. Sunshine, please answer to Dr. Ludmila's question, please.
My question was about the prospects of your research. How using these current findings, you can go on your investigations.
Sorry, because I don't good at English and I don't understand your question. Can you text me in inbox, please?
Okay, I can type it into chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Ludmila. I always appreciate you for being so humble and kind. Always. We'll move ahead with our conference. Okay. Our next presenter for the day is Charlotte Fantong from Department of Technology and Mathematics Education, Mubang Shombang Rajabat University from Ratchaburi, Thailand. His topic of research is the study of preschool learning management guidelines in the culturally diverse area, a case study of Ratchaburi. His abstract is on the screen.
Sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sir, you may present.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlotte Fantong. Come from the Faculty of Education, Muban Jambung Ratchapat University, Thailand. My topic, the study of preschool learning management guideline in the culturally diverse area, case study of Ratchaburi province. My introduction, Thailand has a population of diverse ethnicity, language, religion, tradition, culture, and lifestyle. Especially Ratchaburi province, there are many races up to 8 ethnic groups that are local Thai, Thai Chinese, Thai Yuan, Thai Khmer, Thai Songdam, Thai Mon, Thai Karieng, and Thai Lao Vieng. My objective, sorry. To study the guideline for preschool learning management in culturally diverse area, case study of Ratchaburi province. Methodology, target population first. The target group used in the analysis of basic data to develop a preschool learning management approach in culturally diverse area. A case study in Ratchaburi province consists of 4 community readers, 2 religion readers, 4 primary school teachers, 4 of students, parents, and 10 pupils in ethnic group. Second research area was school that organized preschool education in Suan Phung district, Ratchaburi province. Research 2, focus group and interview and 5 preschool multicultural learning activity. Process and data analysis. Step 1, fundamental data analysis. Step 2, designing multicultural learning activity for preschool. Finding. First, Ratchaburi province had a population of 8 ethnic groups, which were local Thai, Thai Chinese, Thai Yuan, Thai Khmer, Thai Songdam, Thai Mon, Thai Kariang, and Thai Lao Vieng. There are many migrant workers from Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos living in Ratchaburi province. They send their children to study in school, causing many ethnic students to study together with Thai students. In addition, ethnic diversity in Ratchaburi already has a group that was indigenous. Second, designing multicultural learning activity for preschool used as a guideline for preparing early childhood. Children to have multicultural competence has been developed in collaboration with preschool teacher in research area school, which consists of folk talk, folk play, folk arts, folk cooking, and folk music. Like this. Suggestion, teacher apply multicultural student work, build multicultural competence, plan for activity and multicultural learning material, integrate active learning, finally physical skill. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Charlotte, for explaining your presentation. Do you want to add anything else?
Sorry, I do not understand.
I'm asking, do you want to explain anything else? Okay. Dr. Lidmila?
Sorry, did you call me?
No, Dr.
Oh, okay. Because I'm driving home, so sorry about that.
It's
All right.
okay, it's okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Lidmila, Tonsai has answered your question. He's saying in future, I'm sorry, in future, I plan to study about the effective of the short courses, and if impossible, I will work together with other university to develop, upgrade the short courses. Thanks a lot. I think it's impossible. It's possible.
Yeah, I think, thank you. And there is really urgent branch of education nowadays developing really short courses, and I wish you the best to contribute to this topic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Shaurit.
Thank you very much, sir.
Moving ahead with our conference. Our last presenter for the day is Janine Rose from Institute for the Study of University Pedagogy from University of Toronto, Mississauga from Canada. Her topic of research is strategies for teaching science students in a social science writing context. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's watch her video presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Janine Rose. I am an assistant professor at the University of Toronto, Mississauga, and today I'll be talking about strategies for teaching science students qualitative research in a social science classroom. The presentation is organized as follows. First, I'll talk about the research description, and then I'll provide a definition of qualitative research. I'll then go into describing my research motivations and assumptions about how qualitative research should be taught. I'll then describe my data collection and results, as well as strategies for teaching qualitative research and writing to science students. The research highlights instructional approaches that students found to be most effective for helping them understand the value of qualitative research as a mode of knowledge production in the social sciences. The research also highlights how to develop science students' ability to think and act like qualitative researchers. So what is qualitative research? So the qualitative research approach is committed to understanding social phenomena or how the world is experienced from research participants' standpoint or frame of references. Qualitative researchers investigate various phenomena through a process that is interactive, involved, and emergent. An inductive process of analysis is usually employed to understand and interpret the information collected, and the writing is usually polyvocal in that it references the voices of the research participants in text, and it is supposed to be supported with interpretations by the researcher. So I'll say a little bit about my personal motivations for doing this research, as well as the circumstances surrounding teaching the qualitative research and writing course at Duke University. And this was my former institution before I moved on to the University of Toronto. So I decided to develop a qualitative research course because I've done it for so many years. I've done it in my own, used it in my own research, and I've also, done so many courses related to qualitative approaches. And I knew my students would benefit from exposure to this form of research. However, it was extremely challenging because all of the students who took this course were very much rooted in the scientific method and came from institutions where the scientific method was practiced very heavily, and every other research method outside of that was devalued. Every day was an uphill battle because I felt like I was like a sales associate trying to get my students to buy into the idea that qualitative research is valuable. And so I was motivated to write this piece with the hope that those instructors dealing with similar teaching circumstances may gain insight from what I learned from my own students. So there are several assumptions and arguments in the scholarship of teaching and learning about qualitative research that informs this research project. One is that qualitative research is usually taught to graduate level students who have had some exposure to qualitative principles. And like I said before, this research project involved undergraduate students. So this is a little bit different from what you usually see in a scholarship. The second is that experiential learning is often argued as the way to provide experience with data collection methods in qualitative research. And this is seen as the best way to teach students because it gives them direct experience in the field. And finally, teaching qualitative research is said to usually involve emphasis on the procedural steps involved in carrying out qualitative approaches. So students are usually taught these procedural steps when giving them information about qualitative research. So the research addresses two issues. One, there is a need for more research on best practices for teaching students at the undergraduate level qualitative research principles. And two, the research addresses the importance of developing specific pedagogical approaches suited to a particular student demographic and approaches that focus on transforming ways of thinking amongst students on a particular subject matter. So I'll say a little bit about my data collection now. So for this project, a reflective writing task was used as a research tool. There is increasing use of reflective writing as a means of data collection in qualitative research, and you can take a look at some of the studies I've cited here. Reflective writing activities and journals are not only effective as metacognitive tasks, but they also offer teachers like myself the opportunity to hear students' voices as they express their thoughts on their own learning experience. And the reflective writing activity that I used in this project was very insightful because students were able to write in a very detailed manner what was most valuable about the things that they learned. So I'll offer some more specific points about the data collection method here. So students were prompted to write a reflection that described the tasks and readings that facilitated their understanding of qualitative research. They were also asked to explain why they felt that the task or reading that was assigned to them made a difference for their understanding of the subject matter. After receiving ethics approval, the reflections were de-identified to protect the identities of the students who participated. And more than 30% of the students provided consent to use their reflections in the research. However, the pandemic did create some challenges for me, and I actually moved on to another institution in that year. So needless to say, I did not get as many responses responses from the students regarding consent to use their reflections in the research. But still, I was able to get some information from 30% of the respondents, and the responses were still very insightful and useful for understanding some of the things that were valuable in that course. Here are the research results. So of the students who provided consent to use their writing in this research, more than half stated that the interview project that involved completing a qualitative interview with an immigrant in the local community and writing an analysis of the interview information enhanced their understanding of the qualitative approach. They also highlighted that readings that differentiated philosophies that informed research approaches that fell within the conventional paradigm, such as the scientific method, and the alternative paradigm under which the qualitative research approach falls, made a difference for their understanding of how qualitative research differs from quantitative research. They also identified class activities that included comparing qualitative and quantitative information related to the same phenomenon as useful for their understanding of the differences in the type of knowledge produced by experimental approaches and qualitative approaches. So today I will discuss one of the activities named by the respondents, namely the interview project in this presentation. So more than half of the students who provided consent to use their writing in this research identified the interview project as a main task that enhanced their understanding of qualitative research. The findings reinforce the existing scholarship that emphasizes the importance of using experiential learning coupled with didactic approaches to effectively teach qualitative research and writing, and getting students to develop the habits of mind that will allow them to appreciate and value qualitative research. Now, to support students' examination of immigration experiences in this project, we of course read and discussed pieces that engaged qualitative research and also examined immigrant stories. They also got to see models of qualitative writing from the pieces that I selected. So we use each scholarly piece in multiple ways, so that students are not only seeing qualitative research as it's used by scholars, but they're also seeing how this research is actually written up in reality. Additionally, we develop interview questions while also examining the literature that provides a set of guidelines on how to develop effective qualitative questions. Specifically, these qualitative questions should not be leading and be open enough for interviewees to discuss a variety of issues related to the subject matter in question. We also do mock interviews because that's an important skill when doing qualitative research. So students learn how best to ask questions. They also read and learn about their positionality and how that shapes the interview setting and the level of detail they get from interviewees. Students also read about validity procedures in qualitative research, and we also compare qualitative validity procedures to validity procedures in quantitative and scientific research. They learn to use one qualitative validity procedure in the research project, and this is member checking, which involves sharing transcriptions and results of their research with the respondents and asking respondents for their comments about whether or not the results of the research truly reflect their experience. With that said, qualitative research truly depends on heavily collaborating and cooperating with the interviewees, and I wanted my students to understand that the efficacy of qualitative research is dependent on relationships they build with the respondents. They write a paper at the end of this research project, but they also write a reflective piece that centers on comparing their experiences in the field with what they have learned from the literature on qualitative research and writing. And I think that this metacognitive exercise really cements their understanding of the procedures and the lessons learned from their experiences, and how these procedures enhance the rigor of the qualitative research process, as well as how the actual research experience may be different from theory. So students really get to see the rigor involved in qualitative research. And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of these students came in with the perspective that qualitative research was not rigorous at all. And so through this process and through this experience, their thinking about this research is transformed. So this marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions that are relevant to the presentation, please feel free to email me at janine.rose@utoronto.ca.
Thank you, Jen and Rose. It was a nice presentation. Jenin, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are. Sorry. Yes, you're welcome.
So would you like to add anything?
Not at this time. I will share my paper so that if people are interested, they'll be able to see the other strategies that I used. It would have taken much more time for me to discuss those. But I think one of the other strategies that really came up in the student reflections was comparing qualitative and quantitative research results on the same phenomenon. So students found that useful to see, how the qualitative research makes a difference for understanding, a particular issue, and that it's not less valuable than quantitative information. So yeah, that's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you, Jenin.
You're welcome.
Okay, so with great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking,
I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Eurasia Research conduct conferences around the world. In the month of August, we have Barcelona. I'm sorry, for this technical glitch. Wait a minute. In the month of August, we have Barcelona, Amsterdam, and in September, we have London, Rome, Prague, Athens, Istanbul. Please refer to your friends or colleagues. Then we have also launched a free of cost summit for all practitioners, researchers, students, as well as educationists. Till now, we have successfully conducted 3 Terra summits, and the 4th Terra summit will be conducted on 16 August. Also, if you wish to get a certificate for the same, then you may pay 55 USD and get the same. Okay, so I would like to thank each of you for attending our conference and listen to us, and me also, with a lot of patience. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Lidmila, I actually personally adore you, that like in these tough times, you are so active and still working, continuing your work. I actually adore you a lot.
Dear friends, I'm really thank you for the Eurasia Research Organization for the great opportunity to meet and have gathering and this fruitful communication with scientists from all over the world. I wish all of you peace and health. And let's stay together. Let's get in touch, and let's go on working. I hope on fruitful collaboration from scientists from all over the world. Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And I just wish we'll be still meeting again on 27th.
Yeah, I remember, but it will be in a bit reduced way because there are some traveling troubles, in fact. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
It's okay, but I'll be honored to have you again within our conference.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you, Doctor. Your feedback for the conference, please.
I'm really amazed with the great variety of quite deep research, and I have found lots of resonance to my own thoughts on the one hand, and on the other hand, I have found some interesting ideas which can be used in my following up research. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Patama, your feedback for the conference.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thanks, special thanks for you, Eurasia Research, for always thinking of me and inviting me to be like the keynote speaker for more than maybe 5 to 6 times. Thank you very much indeed for that one. And for today, I have learned several beneficial and valuable things that I can apply and adapt for my teachings and for useful for my students as well. So thank you very much indeed.
It's our honor, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Parichat, your feedback.
For me, I would like to thank everyone. I really appreciate all of your presentation, and I enjoy listening and sharing my teaching experience as well as your experience as well. And so I think if we have a chance, I wish I were with you guys in person in the near future. I really appreciate, and so thanks again for inviting me as a keynote speaker. as a keynote speaker for today. Thank you so much.
It is our honor as well, ma'am. And throughout the conference, I was observing you are having a very, patient face, smiling face, and you're jolly also. So even Dr. Ludmila, like it's very peaceful looking at your faces, enjoying the conference. It makes us happy as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also.
Kanjana, your feedback?
Yes, so first of all, I would like to say thank you so much for the Teaching and Education Research Association team, like to keep providing information and convenience to me via email. Even if I have so many questions and you are always answer me all the time. So I'm so impressed with your teamwork, and thank you everyone to be here and share our work and ideas together. And good job and good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Kanjana, and I just hope that it was a good experience for you as your first conference. And don't worry, you don't ask so many questions in email because I already know your email conversations, and we have been chatting for a while.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Nopadol, your feedback?
Yeah, today is good. I'm no have feedback, but today I'm good for time in opportunity to learn, and I have a lot of idea for the next research. Thank you so much for keynote speaker for today. It's sparking with my idea for the next time. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Tonsai, your feedback, please.
Okay, the first of all, I want to say sorry for my many mistakes. Like I don't have a video. Yes. And next, I want to thank you everyone. Today, I think is a very perfect conference. I'm glad to be here. And today, I get a very useful knowledge. So many useful knowledge. And I can use it to develop myself about to be a good researcher in the future. Very thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Tonsai. Actually, it is. I am very grateful that Dr. Nopadol and Tonsai and Shauret are able to attend our conference, because there were some misunderstanding or maybe some problems in our communication, and I was actually hoping for you all to attend our conference. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's the time for us to say bye. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. See
Have
you.
a good day.
Bye. Many thanks.
Bye.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
Hope to
day.
see you again. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Dr.
Thank
Ludmila,
you.
bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.